And these alternative trading systems are suppressing price action. They can be held there for a long time. A long time.
Can be held there. It hits.
Do you not know the way do you not know the way that a dark pool works? Apparently not.
Very much more informed apparently than you. Okay, first of all, you said retail can't. You just said retail can't trade on dark pools. We can trade on dark pools. Retail
does not place orders or trade there through dark pools. We don't get to choose where our shit goes. Plain and simple. It goes to the alternative trading system.
I'm looking at a dark pool routing right now. Yes, retail can trade on dark pools. You were wrong. 100% without a doubt.
All right. You're looking at semantics here. You're looking at semantics here. When you place an order, unless you have to route your order. You have to route your order specifically. There's semantics here. We can't go over there and be like, okay, I'm going to buy 1 million shares on the dark pool from this person at this price. But institutions can. Institutions can. You can't buy 1 million shares from me. You can buy them on any exchange, whether it's a lit market or a dark pool. But you can't buy them from me. But an institution can do that on a dark pool.
I mean, yeah, there are private-only dark pools that some people like.
Exactly. Yes, on. You just said yes. You want to pretend like I don't know what I'm talking about here, but the matter of fact is, you just agreed with me.
You just said dark pool can't trade on dark pools. You just said that.
Okay, let's put it this way. Retail can trade on dark pools, but they can't choose who or what price exactly at the same time. So even though we can choose our price, I can't say I want to buy 1 million shares of this for this price from Matt Kohrs. I can buy them, but they'll go through whoever the hell they want. They'll go through whatever dark pool or alternative trading system that they want. And we don't get to decide who we buy them from, where institutions can, period.
In a private dark pool, that scenario might exist.
Exactly. And there's a shitload of private dark pools, right? The fact of the matter is that dark pools suppress price action.
How many dark pools do you think that there are?
There are a lot of dark pools.
Yeah, no, how many? Like obviously you've studied this quite a bit and you've talked to a lot of experts. Give me a roundabout number.
There are a ton of dark pools.
Yeah, no, how many? So like a ton, like 2,000? Like
there are hundreds of dark pools.
You think there's hundreds of dark pools?
I know there are hundreds of dark pools.
You know there's hundreds of dark pools.
Yes, absolutely.
As you knew that retail couldn't trade on dark pools.
Retail can't trade on dark pools directly from another investor.
What?
You can't buy as a retail directly from another retailer on a dark pool the way that an institution can buy from another institution on a dark pool. A lot of these broker dealers have their own alternative trading systems, a lot of them. And then there are a lot of dark pools as well that they can also trade in.
What does that have to do with any of this?
The fact is that it proves the fact that it proves my point here. The dark pool institution can purchase shares from another institution on a dark pool or an alternative trading system. Retail cannot purchase directly from another retailer or institution on another dark pool. You don't get to choose who you buy it from.
Well,
whereas institutions can.
They just set it up.
Yes, they can.
They know that there's another play. But we're getting off the point. This has like nothing to do with the point of this conversation besides dark pools have a material impact on price. We know how many was traded on them. We know the price that the trade went through at. That is all available. The only thing that a dark pool has opaque about it is sitting buy orders and sitting sell orders that are not fulfilled. That is the only thing that occurs on a dark pool that is not publicly available. That's why it's called a dark pool. Whatever you're talking about of shares like sitting there for a little bit, that sounds like a made-up boogeyman story. Every single trade in the US market is on a T2 settlement system. It does not matter if it's on a lit exchange. It doesn't matter if it's on a dark pool. It doesn't matter if it's with an internalizer. Every single trade is on a T2 system for settlement.
Shares in a dark pool can be held for up to 28 days, I believe it is, before they're actually pushed through onto the market. They can choose and pick and choose when they want to push these shares through onto the market. They don't have to go through the moment that you put an order in, period.
What do you mean to the market?
You really don't know that? That's sad, man. That's sad. I can't believe it. It does make perfect sense. You're just not educated enough to understand that. Dude, that I can't help you with. But the fact of the matter is, let's go back to it. Let's go back to it.
Oh my God.
The fact of the matter is, it says here that upon the occurrence of a reorganization event prior to the conversion date, each share of preferred stock outstanding immediately prior to, with any consolidation, merger, or conversion of the corporation, in each case pursuant, the common stock to which the common stock will be converted into cash, securities, or other property. Any sale, transfer, lease, or conveyance to another person of all and or substantially of all of the consolidated assets of the corporation and subsidiaries taken as a whole in each case will be converted into cash, securities, or other common stock. So the fact of the matter is, any buyout, merger, or reorganization of the company whatsoever will lead to a recall because the reorganization event would cause that.
That jump right there, like it will lead to
a jump.
recall.
It is a recall. That's what it says right there. It says it right there on section 7.
Does it say the word recall?
It says automatically convert.
Yes or no?
Do you know what automatically convert means, Matt? Like, are you smart enough to understand that? Automatically convert into the types and amounts.
It doesn't mean it converts to AMC.
You're right. It converts into whatever. So if Disney buys out AMC, then those ape shares would automatically convert. Ape shares would automatically convert into Disney. Therefore, shorts would have to close their positions on ape. That's it, man. There's nothing else to it.
You're changing your argument before you started.
No, I'm not. That's exactly what I've been saying this whole time. Whole time.
Your thesis was that ape would get recalled into AMC and thus force the shorts to cover. That's what you said.
Yeah, there are multiple ways, whether it's a consolidation or a merger or a conversion. Whether it's a consolidation, then they would be recalled into AMC. If there's a merger, they could be recalled into Disney. If there's another merger from AMC merging with Odeon, then ape could be converted back in AMC if they end up being the parent company. That's it. Those are facts. Right there, page 13 of the AMC preferred equity unit dividend on the SEC filing. Page 13, section 7, adjustments. Says it clear as day. You don't got to be an attorney to figure it out.
Dude, this is from the same person who thought that Adam, Aaron, and the leadership team could just push ape back into AMC if they wanted. So
because I wasn't looking at the filing at the very moment, which I am, by the way, and I admitted, okay, you're right. So they would be able to, convert it back in AMC. All they would have to do is run it through retail for a vote. Yeah, that's not so hard.
Okay.
In addition, it says here, you don't need to go look it up, but if you want to, it's on page 13 right there, clear as day, section 7 adjustments.
All right, I vehemently disagree with you, but let's say you're right. Just to move this forward,
I am right. It says it right there. On section 7, page 13.
It's going to be recalled into AMC.
You're right. It says automatically convert. Do you know what automatically convert means? You want me to get a dictionary and a thesaurus out for you?
Or into the stock that it is like broke, whatever the deal is.
Exactly. And if ape is converted into Disney, then automatically ape would cease to exist, right? There are over 50 dark pools in the United States, right, alone, not even counting alternative trading systems. They're all dark pools. An alternative trading system is a dark pool, right? There are hundreds of them.
Literally, ATS means dark pool. That's just like the colloquial name for it.
Exactly. There are hundreds of dark pools available, right? And 50 dark pools alone, not including alternative trading systems, just in the United States.
Make this? Weren't you just talking about it getting merged into Disney? What kind of jump did you just make?
What do you mean? We're talking about dark pools and AMC and ape and anything. It doesn't have to be Disney, okay? There's anything that it could be merged.
Okay.
If AMC merges with Odeon, which is one of their subsidiaries, a reorganization would quote, automatically convert into the types and amounts of securities. And if a conversion occurs, then therefore a conversion of the stock of ape and a delisting of ape would cause the shorts to have to close their positions. They wouldn't just be able to roll their shorts into another stock.
My whole issue with this is that you said ape could get recalled into AMC. That's not going to happen. Could it get transformed into Disney or?
Why not? It says right there. Upon the occurrence of reorganization event prior to the conversion date, they would automatically convert into the types and amounts of securities. So it could happen into anything. They could automatically convert them into Disney. They could automatically convert them into AMC. They could automatically convert them into Odeon or any other sort of lease or conveyance.
It would not.
Yes, they can.
No,
if AMC is the parent company and they decide to merge with Odeon, for example, then all of a sudden AMC is the parent company. Odeon shares and ape shares would convert into AMC. That's a recall, my friend.
No, it isn't.
All right, we're going to have to agree to disagree. All right, okay, yeah, it's on the 8K, page 13, everybody. Go read it for yourself, section 7. Have a great day, Matt. I'm done with your ignorance. Have a great day, my friend.
You're literally just going to drop now? All right, well. Little bit of a bitch move, if you ask me. I don't know. The guy doesn't know what hedging is. The guy doesn't know what dark pools are for. He really didn't know what hedging was? Like, that's insane, right? Like, am I crazy? 2 decades of fucking trading and you don't know what hedging is? Yeah, I hedge my calls by buying stock. Dude, that motherfucker got that play out of Sam Bankman-Fried's book. Yo, Sam, how'd you hedge Almeida? Yeah, I went fucking balls deep into FTD. Like, come on, man. 2 decades. What a fucking liar, man. Dude, and oh my God, this is so frustrating, and it's like a fucking tightrope we're walking here. The retail movement, in my opinion and my estimation, is one of the coolest things that has ever happened. The average fucker who's just barely getting by on minimum wage, enough of us came together to actually make a difference. Like, and to me, that is so cool. And this might be ideological. I'm fucking 28. Maybe I just don't know what I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit too naive. But then we have people who come in and they just fuck it all up. This hopium and this copium is so insanely fucking toxic for everyone. It is so, this is a quantitative thing. This is not a game of emotions of I believe this will happen. Oh, I read this one word and I interpret it this way, so it has to work out. The market gives 0 fucks. That's how many fucks it gives in absolute total. This is a game of math. This isn't a game of we fucking got together and circle jerked on a goddamn Twitter space call. That's not how you make money in the fucking market. At one point, it's funny. The memes are there and we're doing it. But it's now to the point that people are putting serious money on the fucking line. You have to have some sort of credibility and responsibility for the rest of the community to get accurate information out there. People, like, it's serious fucking money. People are making amazing money. People are losing horrific
Holy
money.
shit.
So when we have motherfuckers who don't know what hedges are, and he, what, in his bio, he wants to make an exchange, you're telling me a
This is
guy
a
who
full
wants to
circle
make a
moment.
fucking stock exchange doesn't know what hedging is?
Wow.
Literally, that's the play out of Alameda's book. He got that one from Sam Bankman-Fried. How
This
the
is
fuck
what I
does
would call
that
a meta moment.
possibly make sense? This is
Definite meta moment.
social media is amazing. It is absolutely amazing, and it connects so many people, and you can learn so many incredibly awesome things. Like the speed at which people can learn now is unmet, but it's dangerous. It's absurdly dangerous. And even if you look at like the Kardashians, fucking Kardashian was paid $250,000 to talk about Ethereum Max, and people followed it. I looked at my following. I don't agree with mine. I'm fucking 28. I don't have some career on like Wall Street where I'm like, oh, fuck it, everyone should listen to me. And that's why I bend over backwards to beg Dave Lauer for information, to talk to my contacts at Bloomberg, on Wall Street, because I feel so embarrassed if I ever put out one fucking thing that's wrong. There needs to be more accountability. There needs to be more responsibility in what the fuck is
Bingo.
going on in here. It's sad. And like the memes and the jokes, and I get that's culturally part of it. I am not oblivious to that. I get that it came out of Reddit, and sometimes you have to be in on the troll. I get it. Like, I'm not opposed to that at all. I get that that's part of how this movement became what it did. But all of a sudden, if there is never a second for opposing critical thought or the breakdown of ideas, that is when we cross the line to being a fucking cult. And that's all of a sudden where our numbers die off. People don't want to work with us. The media never gives us a second look. It's fucking embarrassing. We should be able to discuss these ideas and not have the temper tantrum of allegedly a 40-year-old who can no longer talk and just leave a space call. It's a fucking embarrassment. I think the whole community,
Yep.
inclusive of myself, we all need to be a bit better in this like entire
Bit.
thing. Like it's just fucking dangerous.
A bit.
We need to be able to have reasonable dialogue with everyone, and we need to stop this bullshit of like farming engagements and likes and oh my god, I said the hottest fucking take and I'm so bullish. Dude, what the fuck? Ape is down 80%. Do you know how much money people have lost because of this right now? And there's still fucking memes of like, I'm buying more, I'm buying more. Oh, what's your thesis? Oh, I can't talk about my thesis. My thesis was lost in the dark pool where everything else was fucking lost, apparently. Oh, fuck. All right, I don't know. Is someone here to like fucking argue with me? There's a lot of fucking requests. Um, I don't know how to fairly give this to people. I guess I'm going to quickly try to cycle through. I don't have like the most amount of time, but I'll try to go real quick. Brandon, what's up, dude? Or here, I'll do a couple. I don't know what the fuck I just did. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I just got a question, man. I'm gonna try and keep it simple because it seems like everybody's got all these technical like things that you can interpret wrong. But let's just say people said to sell off ape, at the beginning, like Roche Capital was like, hey, I'm gonna dump my ape, I'm gonna put it all in AMC, right? So there's 516 million AMC stocks, right?
God
And
damn.
then essentially there was 1 billion ape,
Jesus.
516 million that was a match to the AMC, and then there was the additional 480 something million shares of ape, right? So if 75% of people sold off ape, right, that would be 387 million shares, right?
Jesus fuck.
And then they were able to do at the market offering and purchase all the rest of the ape from Aron, right? That would give them approximately 803 million
We give
of
them
the 1,516,000,000 shares, which means that it could be brought to a vote and they could vote to convert all the ape into AMC and then cover their short positions and the play would be dead. I feel like selling ape can ultimately give the shorts the ability to cover their shorts if we get let go of ape. And that's what I wanted to see what your opinion was on it.
So ape shorts and AMC shorts would be two distinct shorts. Like you would either have an AMC short position, an ape short position, or a both short position. I also don't quite agree with like the linear rundown you necessarily did, but I guess like that might be like a moot point just because like for example something can drop 80%, that doesn't mean 80% of people sold. Like you could have 5% that are selling back and forth and like whatever stocks are going up and down and with the rest holding. So I would look at it as two different short positions. Like, especially at this point, like I see what you're saying, and I think I would be more receptive to it, like right when it dropped, because we know they were just duplicated. But we're now in December, and this happened in late August. So the people who want to be short AMC probably are the people who are short or ape, and maybe there's some crossover, but we're also seeing a difference in the short interest numbers. AMC is around 21, while ape's around 13. So for whatever reason, shorts have viewed the plays differently.
So you don't think if we were to just if we were all to just dump ape, right? And then the people went to the at the market offering and bought the rest of them, they couldn't convert them and somehow are able to cover their short position if we're not holding on, if people don't hold on to the ape that they originally were given, instead of selling it off and maybe purchasing AMC with it. You don't see how that could actually benefit the short position in the end if it was converted to AMC, where they could then fulfill
it would benefit the short
their
positions
obligations
because it
that
would
they're short.
provide
I'm not
shares.
campaigning for this, but obviously, if everyone sold ape, it would go down, and then the ape shorts would do better. But
But then
simultaneously,
they couldn't then vote that to be an AMC share and then turn that share in for their short on AMC, because all they got to do is deliver what they're short. So if they were able to gobble up our ape and then get to at the money, they would be able to vote because every one of them ape has a voting right. So if they brought in and wanted to have a vote on converting ape to AMC, then they would have basically got the AMC shares that they've been trying to get from everybody that's been holding. And that's the reason why I haven't sold ape. That's why I've been buying more ape, because I feel like if they get their hands on all the ape and then they get the at the market offering, then if they go to a vote and convert it to AMC,
the assumption that they need your shares,
obligation of shorts,
they're
they can
desperate for your
that,
shares,
and then the whole fucking play is over with. That's how I feel about it. That's
it already is fucking over with.
Ape is
yeah,
like we need to protect it.
I see what you're saying, but also the market doesn't get to dictate when more of those shares are sold to it. That's up to, I think it's C. Riley or whoever's in charge of it.
Okay,
and
just
like
one last thing, because I just want to, I know the market don't. Okay, but let's say we all dump our shares and they get their hands on it, right? And then let's say they're still short, right? So let's just say they went to Aron, right? Right, and said, hey, we'll give you $10 a share for the remaining ape that you have. You'll be able to pay off all of your debt, right? And of course, what would Aron do? He's gonna be like, I could get out of debt, right? But then they basically just got out the squeeze for $5.5 billion or something like that. And then it gets Aron out of debt, and then they're able to get the shares, and then they just got out of the squeeze for like $5 billion
What the
plus
fuck?
whatever they could get our ape for at these basement prices. That's why I feel like ape, you have to hold it. And if you can't afford to buy some, you don't got to get unrealistic, but buy some or whatever's responsible for you and your household. But I feel like ape is a cherished thing that we have to hold on to. It's part of the fight. That's all. That's my point on it. And I'm gonna stop talking, listen to what you guys say and what other people. Appreciate you taking my opinion.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your thoughts, and I just want to leave you with one thought before you drop down. I don't necessarily agree with like the math that you pitched there, but even if we did, I'm of the mindset that how many times do we have to save AMC? I'm in this for retail traders. I want retail traders to make more money. I don't have any particular devotion for AMC. AMC was the vessel that like all apes got behind after GME or like whatever order. My question is shouldn't we have I guess like love and compassion for the retail trading community? Why is the love and compassion for a figurehead such as Adam Aron or a specific company?
It's not actually, to be honest with you. I don't let go of my position because, at the beginning, it was kind of ironic. I was looking at AMC used to be like $17 kind of pre-COVID. And I was doing the COVID open up plays, and I knew the movie theaters were going to have the restrictions lifted. And I ended up getting in it. And then all of a sudden, I go on YouTube and I start hearing about all this chatter and stuff like that. And it was about probably late April, early May when I got into it. And then I just held on to it. And then I understand the DD that was done, and I understand what they're doing. And then, so, I mean, I enjoy the movie theaters, and I don't really put Adam Aron up there like that, but it's an American tradition to me. I used to work really hard, couldn't afford big vacations, but I could afford to take my kids out to the movies and dinner and stuff like that. So it really resonated with me. And then now I'm fighting market corruption. Yeah, I feel like I'm part of it. And I feel like if I know I'm holding bags, but I know so much about the market now. I can look at charts and I can see things. There's a lot of knowledge, but the what I put in that I could afford to lose and what I could play with and fight with, I'm still holding. Of course, I want to sell, and I got other things I could do in my life and move on. But I feel like if I let go of that bag, I let go of that on everybody else that's listening on this call, and they're holding that bag with me. So you know what? I'm in this fight. I wish it would have been a lot sooner, but we all were in this fight a while ago. And because it's taken a little bit longer than what we like, we all want to move on. I don't really agree with people they should take some of their money and start using the knowledge that they learned and invest on new things and start making some progress. So you kind of have some sunnier days, I guess, but I'm not letting go of my bag. I'm in it. I don't know what everyone's going to do, but I think we just got to hold on to ape. I think it's got to be protected. I think people that say ape's worthless and stuff like that, people get all of them. If they get all the ape that we got and then they go with a nice offer to get AMC out of debt, they can buy more voting power than us and convert it to AMC, and they can cover their shorts. Maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like what they could do, and they could do it a lot cheaper. And the only way they get that is if we all just dump our ape and we don't keep the pressure on them. But I'm gonna let you go because there's a lot of other people got their hands up, and I don't really got any more than that.
All right, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, man. Have a good one. Bitcoin. Or Batman, you unmuted yourself. What's up, man?
Give me a second. I'm working. After I'm done, I'm gonna jump in.
All right, Bitcoin, you around? Okay, Skycam, are you around?
What's going on, Kohrs?
Hey, what's going on?
I just want to say that you held yourself incredibly well there, so kudos to you, first and foremost. I do want to say that. So my question is on a fair value basis. And this is a genuine question. So full transparency, I sold all of my APE on IPO. I bought back in based off a TA premise. The runway wasn't very long, so shame on me type of thing, right? So I bought in, saw the pop happen. What was that? 1024 up to 281, right? Saw a little bit of a recovery. So I bought in right around like 150 when it came back down as like the first level of support to look at in regards to TA. Again, small runway to make that decision, but I took the risk, what have you. Now I'm looking at it from more of a fair value perspective. So I'm doing it with the understanding that, hey, 425 million shares will be diluted, correct? So on that premise, just on like a simple napkin math, I'm not going to get into decimal points here. On that simple premise, on like a 2-to-1 basis, what do you say to people that, say it's AMC's trading at $7.50, 8 therefore should be fair valued based on current AMC price of 375s. Let's not look at this from a derivatives perspective, because I also understand, AMC has the ability to gamma as well. So just on that fair premise, like what's your feeling on that? What do you say to that?
I don't want to speak out of hand, like a classic fundamental breakdown. I mean, I know right now, the last time I checked it, AMC is trading at a PE of over 100, which is like equivalent to like a tech startup. That's not good. There's a good chance that AMC should have a PE, like honestly, like even 20 would be kind of high. And like the biggest issue with them right now, from if we're just talking about fundamentals and not like the cultural following and like the symbolism of it, their debt is just too expensive, and that's not their function. It's a function of the Federal Reserve, and like, I mean, we're gonna go to a terminal rate of whatever 5.52, 5.5. Like, it's just their debt is so comically expensive that it's tough to overcome. And then when you compare that to the cash burn, which is in no way alleviated by the fact that big box office movies.
Not enough movies, correct?
They're just not being produced right now. Of course, there's some. Like, I know, of course, there's like Marvel. I know there's Avatar. But just on a relative basis, if you look at like 2018, 2017, 2016, 2019, there's just more. There was more movies being made. So fundamental value, the PE is just crazy high.
Matt,
What's
I
up?
think he's asking about the fundamental
I'm
value
asking
of
about
APE.
fair value. Actually,
Fair
I guess I
value
should say.
of APE, right? That's
Correct.
what you're asking about?
Yeah,
that's
that's
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I guess
I'm
my question really to you, Cam, is just where does APE get its value?
yeah. It's
What fundamentals does APE have?
Sure. I actually do not trade on fundamental value.
No, I know, but that's what I'm trying to find the fair value of APE.
I'm defining fair value in the hypothetical situation right now that AMC is valued at 750, right? And therefore, if APE were to be diluted by 425 million shares tomorrow, based on current fair value of AMC to APE, would it not be valued at 375? Is my question.
Well, no, because its value isn't like the value
is
of
perceived,
APE,
correct?
Right. It started out
Perceived
like
value.
how it came to be on the market was that they took the value from AMC, right?
Correct.
But then once it was a trading on its own, it has its own value, right? But there's nothing giving it any value except
the person buying gets to decide the value at all times.
That's
so
correct.
whoever's purchasing. If
Perception
you're
of
willing to
value
buy it
is
at
the
90
buyer.
cents, then you can buy it at 90 cents. You want to buy it at 1, you buy it at 2. You can buy it at
literally
50.
like a crypto, right? Like it's whatever somebody's willing to pay for it.
Okay,
I mean, that's also
and
the
here's
entire market,
real quick
which
because
is-
I'm working, so I just got to real quick jump in real quick with one thing. Matt, you said that right now is a dangerous time to buy, but didn't you just say that it was down 80% since it first came out, right? So when a stock is usually down, that's when you want to buy. You don't buy when it's ripping. You want to buy when it's dipping. So can you clarify on that? What you're saying, when it's low, you don't want to buy? Like, that makes no sense to me. Can you explain that?
You absolutely want
yeah.
to buy when it's ripping. Why would you not buy?
Why would you buy? Wait, so you buy
Hang on,
high and sell low?
No,
What?
No.
Let me answer that.
What are you talking about?
You obviously want to buy when
Buy
you
into
think
strength.
it's going to go up, like when you think that there's additional value that's going
Okay,
to be
so
gained.
Yeah.
So, like, my question to
You
you is,
why
buy
aren't
into-
people
you
allowed to
buy
buy it
into
then?
strength.
What's dangerous about it? If they think it's
Hold on, guys. I
undervalued,
posed the
they should be able
question.
to
So
buy it without.
Wait,
I
hang
want to make
on,
my
hang on.
clarification since I asked the question.
Yeah,
Just really quick.
Let-
I made my question based on actual previous behavior. I want to make that clear. I made my decision based off what I deem a 2-to-1 value. Not quite, right? You know, post dilution 420, it's 515 million, right? 425 million, give or take 40 million, right? So for the float post dilution, I made my investment. I sold at IPO. I made my reinvestment, I guess you could say, into APE when I saw it come back down from 281. So I want to make that very clear and transparent for those that follow me. That was based on TA. That was on analysis. And again, small runway, not a lot to go off of. So to Amy's question, I had something to go off of. That's legitimate. We saw legitimate strength when it hit 148 to 281. So that's where I made my investment, and then combine that with what I deem close to a 2-to-1 value post dilution, as stated by AA himself. And I'm someone who's very critical of him. It is a 1-to-1 dividend, right? And we all agree with that.
Well,
so
wait, Kim.
as
I actually want to say that, like, I'm kind of in alignment with you here. Obviously, when anything hits the market, it's up to the market collective to decide.
100%.
But if we just look at this as the game of theory, right now, there was a slight dilution of APE, so that complicates the math.
Right.
But let's just pretend there wasn't. Like, let's just, for the sake of this conversation,
Sure.
when it was perfectly duplicated, every single share of AMC, every single share of APE had the same legal and financial claim to the company. And that's exactly why a lot of these big Wall Street guys, when they saw that there was a difference, that's why Jim Chanos right now is short AMC and long APE. Because to him, he's looking at it like, oh, the same legal and financial claim, they should be trading at some sort of parity. It's
Agreed.
a fair question to ask, why are they not? And
Yes.
that's honestly the $1 million
And that's why I'm
question.
being critical of it. Yeah.
That's definitely the $1 million question, and I wish I knew the answer to it. But it comes down just to the market collective. For whatever reason, people are more optimistic and bullish on AMC than APE.
And I agree with that. Overall sentiment, right? The other thing I do want to
They both comprise the AMC
I
equity.
actually see those end of day numbers. SI has dramatically increased on
The
April
capital
the
markets
last 14 days.
in the capital markets, AMC
So I'm
Entertainment
curious to see how that
Holdings is represented by
I want to say thank you so much for your time. You held
AMC
yourself well.
and APE.
Yeah,
combined value.
I appreciate you coming up here. Okay, and then coming to you, Batman.
That's
you're
it.
talking about buying 80% down. Why is 80%? You're arguing that you should buy when things are cheaper, and of course, I see what you're saying. Like, if you think something is worth more, of course you want to buy it on discount. If you want to get your favorite Christmas present at Target and they're running a discount sale, of course that's when you buy it. That makes a lot of sense. My question is like, why that theory? Like, what if you thought that at 10% and you're like, oh shit, and now it dropped 20, and now you're thinking that at 20 and you're like, oh fuck, it dropped 30, and then it keeps
average down though.
But
you buy more
average down
cheaper, and you average down like that.
Okay,
if you thought it was, if you think a stock at $10, if you like the stock at $10, you see it at 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you still think it's worth it at $1, $1. Of course, you're gonna be worth it. Oh, my bad, it's pretty loud over here. But the lower it goes, the more worth it is for you. And for the amount that you bought at 10, you can buy 10 times the more at $1. So, yeah, if people want to buy it, they should buy it. They could buy it if they want to. It's their decision.
Yeah. Oh,
if it's raining outside and someone goes, yo, I want to buy this stock because it's raining, I don't have to question that person. That's their decision. They want to buy it because it's raining. That, I don't think it should be an issue. There shouldn't be, why are you guys buying APE? Who cares? We buy APE because we want to buy APE. It's our decision, And then another thing is, if you actually look at the last reported short interest, real quick, the last reported short interest is up 50%. So they just started shorting the shit out of APE. So that's telling, why are they shorting it, right? It's not a 5% increase on short interest. It's a 50% increase on short interest. So yeah, I think they're shorting the shit out of it. I see it's cheap. Why not? I don't see a reason why not to. It's my decision,
Well, of course, like anyone, like I don't care what anyone.
Good argument.
You could buy, you could sell. Like for me, it's your money. Like I think everyone should.
But
I
here's the
think
thing,
everyone
Matt.
should have the goal of making money, but you
Okay,
should
but-
also have a sound thesis.
Here's the thing. No, Matt, of course, Matt, hold on. Because you were calling out Sal earlier, saying you wanted him to explain his thesis on why he's long. That shouldn't be a thing. If someone wants to be a long on the stock, that's their decision. They don't need to explain to anybody. It shouldn't be anybody else's business on why somebody's investing their way. It's their decision. Somebody wants to short AMC. I'm not questioning them. They can continue to short it. I'm long, right? Everybody can do their own thing. That's my thing, right?
Yeah.
That's why I see Sal was doing that thing. I'm like, bro, you don't have to put him out there. He's making memes. He's making people laugh. That's his thing. He can do it. That's up to him, you know? And then another thing, when you were talking about hedging earlier, and you were saying this guy doesn't know what he's talking about with options. You can't hedge with options. You could hedge. Even if you're long on a stock, you can buy call options and you can hedge with call options. What you hedge with call options is if you think you're buying a stock and you think this thing's going to rip to $100 and you have $50 call options, it hits $50, you hedge with those call options. Okay, you sold those call options, but you're still the rest. When it hits 100, 200, whatever the hell. So
that's not hedging.
That's not
hedging.
hedge.
That's
No,
hedging because
no,
the way you're playing it is you're expecting it to hit $100, $200. So what
That's
you're
not
doing
a
is you're
hedge.
selling call options. That's not bullish. Exercising call options is bullish. So that's hedging. That's
not hedging.
It's simply not.
That's the way you're hedging your bet because you're waiting for the stock to hit.
Hedging.
Jesus.
No,
Okay, that
not,
is hedging.
no,
but okay, you guys can.
What does hedge mean?
Literally the way
What
you're
does hedge mean to
investing.
you?
You're investing in a way. Okay, so the way you're investing is you're not going to sell a single stock until it hits $100. That's the way you're investing. But now you have some call options at 30. Okay, I'm gonna sell those call options at 30 so I can buy more shares. Okay, that's what that you can hedge that way. But if you don't want to sell your shares until it hits 100 and you have no call options,
I think we might have lost Batman.
Oh, damn.
Or did I? Am I the one who got lost? Fuck, I don't know what's going on. Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you, Matt.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason that's
I was
not
so
a hedge,
hyped just now, and I just got phone.
Yeah,
you
I can
that's
explain
hedge,
why
bro.
I can explain why that's not a hedge. It is not a hedge to go to the roulette wheel and bet on red.
Yeah,
Wait,
Matt, can I just
please don't interrupt. No,
Yeah,
you can't. I let you talk. Let me just explain why this isn't a hedge.
on how they're playing it, bro.
No, it's not a person.
Yes, it does.
There's no opinion in this.
Okay,
there is a
give everybody
definition of hedge. I'm trying to explain to you in a way that like might work better because obviously my one with boss blunts didn't work. If you go to the roulette wheel at a casino and you bet on red, like you're like, okay, 50-50, I'm betting on red. It is not a hedge to also then bet on a red individual number. That's not a hedge. You're betting inherently on the same thing with like a little bit of a different kicker. That's not a hedge. You're still net red in this scenario. And then for the other thing about the 80%, what I think is your original question is you buy it if you think it's going to go up. And right now we know it's being diluted. We are in a very tough economic time. Like look at Google apparently laying people off, Apple, Meta. If those companies are struggling, do you think that AMC is somehow outperforming them?
Yes. AMC is
not.
Movie
No,
theaters are actually known for being really successful during recessions because their prices on their food does not move. Their concession prices don't change during a recession, while everything else is getting
down 17%.
murdered. Movie theaters is a cheap alternative. Let me go spend the night out. I'll go to the movies. I'd rather go to the movies than spend $100 out eating dinner or spending $2,000 taking a flight. Why not go to the movies? It's actually one of the industries that does good during a recession. So I say bring it on. Bring the rate hikes on and let's go.
You're using something anecdotal. That's just not true. Quarter over quarter, the revenue is down 17%. Tell me the number then. Okay.
No, look it up. Recessions for movie theaters. It's a known thing. Movie theaters do good during recessions.
Tell me the fact. How much?
Go look it up.
They don't outperform. Dude, it's $5 billion in debt. Its operating burn right now is $179 million.
Okay, so let me ask you something. How much debt does Apple have? How much debt does Netflix have? Companies have debt, bro, and they're not. The whole thing with AMC's debt, we talk about it all the time. When was their debt due? 2021. When was their debt due? It was due 2026, right? When's their debt due now? Most of their debt's due 2029. They're restructuring their debt. They're moving their debt
further and further out. That's progress. That's good. How is that bad?
Because it has more debt than it's worth.
So my question is, so are you bearish on AMC or are you bullish on AMC? What is your position right now?
You can publicly see my position. I have AMC and I have APE, and I've explained why. It's because I guess the same emotional point of like a captain goes down with a ship. I am bought into the retail movement, but that doesn't mean I'm supportive of this asshat, Adam Aron. He stabbed us all in the back. You have to realize that. You're saying this debt thing. AMC has $5 billion in debt. The company is worth $3.8 billion. That's not the same scenario with Apple. Does Apple have some debt? Yes, they have liabilities.
They have $150 billion worth of debt, long-term debt. Apple. Yeah.
What's their market cap?
Yo, I really don't care about market cap. Market cap doesn't make. Who cares about market cap, dude? No. Because
you don't care about market cap.
$1 million market cap last year. Yeah, but what was
damn.
AMC's market cap when it was at $70? It was $35 billion. Why weren't you guys talking about the market cap when it was at $35 billion? If you're gonna compare debt to market cap, why weren't you comparing debt to market cap when it was ripping at $70?
A day.
You guys weren't doing that. Come on,
at that point it was healthy.
Come on, dude. Now you're saying it wasn't healthy. So you're telling me when a stock is at its lowest, don't buy it. You're telling me you compare market caps when it's low, but you don't compare market caps when it's high. Come on, you're being very...
Nobody said that.
Bro, come on.
You're not listening.
You're saying Apple's market cap. So what if Apple goes to $1 tomorrow? You're gonna be saying the same thing you're saying right now? No, you're not.
If Apple goes to $1 tomorrow,
you can come up something else. Come on,
it doesn't fucking matter.
Bro, BlackRock sells all their shit. That shit goes to $1. So I don't know. So my whole point is, you're comparing debt to market cap. You're saying Apple's market cap.
We're not comparing debt to market cap.
I don't care about
the
Apple's
ability
market
to
cap.
pay the debt.
That makes no difference, dude.
It's the ability to pay the debt.
Batman, like if you took a true psychological evaluation, do you think there's any percentage of you that believes maybe you're a little too bought into the hopium of the community? Or do you think you have you're like, no, I am thinking about this like a fucking robot. I have no emotion involved whatsoever.
What do you mean? No. What do you mean as a robot? I'm just telling you.
Like in a quantitative thing. Are you thinking of this way of like pure numbers?
No. I look at it. I look at it, and it makes sense right now for AMC. It makes sense to invest in AMC right now. First of all, it's coming off of its low at $5. It's trading at $7 right now. If you're shorting the stock, AMC and APE is this, bro. To me, I'm sorry, AMC and APE is the same for me. APE eventually it'll get converted into AMC, bro. There's no eventually, bro. The shareholders, why would you not vote APE going to AMC unless you sold all your APE? You're not gonna vote it. But the majority of people who are holding their APE, they're gonna fucking vote it, right? They're gonna vote. They want their APE into AMC, and guess what? That's fucking good. And when you see 50% short interest increase on APE, it looks like these guys are shorting the shit out of APE, and they're shorting shit out of AMC. But that's why it's good to look at both. Bro. Okay, so again, I'm telling you, from the last reported short interest, the short interest on APE increased by 50%. So they're shorting the shit out of it, right? And they shorted the shit out of AMC.
You're citing a number that doesn't matter. You can go from 2 to 3.
How does it matter, bro?
50%.
Okay, but
you're not understanding the mathematical breakdown. If I go from 2 to 3% short interest, that's
10% short interest. 10%. It went from 5 to 10%. Whatever the fuck. That's good. How's that not bullish? How's that not good to buy a stock when they're shorting it at these levels and it's dirt cheap and you're buying it? If you think it's not worth it, if you think it's worth more, why wouldn't you buy it? That's your decision. That's everybody's free to do that. Now, I know this is
worth more when it's being diluted.
Bro, I know it's called APE. I know this space is called APE. Now hold on. Now let me just real quick, because you're saying it has nothing to do with AMC, right? Goldman Sachs themselves said they're going to go long on APE. Goldman Sachs. So if I'm wrong, you're saying Goldman Sachs is wrong, because Goldman Sachs said they're going to short AMC and they're going to go long on APE.
Goldman Sachs has never been wrong.
It's trading low and AMC is trading high, so APE should start moving up closer to AMC's value. Goldman Sachs said
no.
If you're saying I'm wrong, you're saying Goldman's wrong. Come on, dude. You're saying Goldman's wrong. You're saying Goldman didn't say that. Okay, whatever the case is, Goldman Sachs said APE and APE
probably me, Lynn,
trading at the same value. That's what Goldman said. APE and AMC should be trading at the same.
Yeah, the voice of God, Goldman.
So what if that means it meets at $1?
$7 right now. AMC's trading at $7, and you see the APE that's trading at $1, and Goldman said they should be trading at the same value. in your mind, why wouldn't you say, yo, this shit
When
should
did
be
they say
trading at
that?
$7? Why wouldn't you
When
buy
did
it?
they say that?
Who,
When did
go look
Goldman
it
say
up. Go
that?
Google it. Go Google it.
No.
Okay,
Google it.
even if they
They
said,
literally
they
said
never
that
said
on the
what
first
value
week.
they're
On
going to
the
meet
first
at.
week, they said
Because he
AMC.
said that it was half the value of AMC. Yes, that's after Adam Aron said that it was half the value of AMC. But nobody understood what the hell was going on with this
They
thing.
said
It's never been done
they
before.
said Ape is trading. They're gonna go long. Okay, my internet's. Am I good? Did I get disconnected? I'm good.
No, I can
Goldman
hear you.
said. Okay, Goldman said that they saw Ape was trading low, and they said that they're gonna go long on Ape and short on AMC. Google it, bro. I'm not gonna. I don't have. I can't share anything on top because I'm
No,
on my
that's
phone.
absolutely right.
What are you talking about, dude?
Okay.
We already
Okay.
discussed
So
this.
my
That
point.
is arbitrage.
No, but
Jim
my
Chanos
point.
is doing that.
Matt, my point is Goldman is literally stating what everybody's saying. Ape, AMC, same fucking value, same thing. It should be trading at the same thing, same
That's
levels.
not what they're
But
saying.
it's not.
Okay,
That's
okay,
not
that's
what
not what they're saying.
saying.
I know. Okay, I read. Okay, so apparently I read something totally different from
Here's
you.
their
Okay,
plan.
now my
They're going to
point.
buy Ape at $1.
Okay.
Stop talking over me for a second.
Okay,
They're
but
going to buy Ape
I
at
don't really
$1.
care. Okay, yeah.
And then when it converts to AMC, that share that they bought for $1 is going to be worth $7 when it converts over to the AMC
No,
shares.
it gets.
And they're going to get the difference.
It's $3.50. It goes. They both if it gets converted, then
Never mind.
the float of AMC increases. Am I wrong here?
I think
the float of AMC gets
we're like
if
all
Ape gets
like
converted into
wildly off
AMC, then
base.
AMC's float increases and the value it gets depending on the numbers. Let's say if there's 400 million Ape, then the price would be $3.50 for Ape, $3.50 for AMC.
But they're
That's how it
buying
would be.
Ape for $6 cheaper than they can buy AMC. They're still making up a difference on the spread.
Wouldn't they buy? So why wouldn't people buy Ape? That's my whole point. Why wouldn't
you
they?
should?
Okay, so that's
what they're doing.
So what's the issue?
But they're going short AMC and long Ape.
Okay, so perfect. So why wouldn't people here buy Ape? Like that's what Matt was saying. Ape owned by dangerous. Why is it dangerous? In what situation is it dangerous?
Because it's added. Dude, it is an all-time low and it's being diluted. You buy when you think something's going to go up.
But how much has it been diluted for like the 2 months that AMC was announcing they were starting?
Not very much,
like
and it's tanked.
3.5%.
They sold 20 million shares, something like that.
Yeah,
that's nothing.
Do you know how much more that means we have to go?
Yeah, but that means
bad.
if they sold,
that's not a good thing.
No, that's a good thing because if they only sold
bit and it fell 80%.
Bro, if they only sold 20 million shares, it means that's a good thing because that means they're not fucking heavily diluting it. They're diluting it slowly, bro.
They're not heavily diluting it, and it's already sinking.
Bro, I'm sorry, bro. I don't know
like
what to
a
tell
lead
you.
weight.
20 million shares so diluted by AMC is not what's going to cause Ape to crash. Whoever sold, they sold already. The short sellers, they're not just shorting and they're done. They're doubled down on their short. They increased their short position by 50%, and now you're looking at the price of Ape under $1. They probably increased their short position even more. Maybe we see maybe 20%, 15. I don't know what the next short interest is going to be. And again, it's hard to talk about Ape and not talk about AMC. And I feel like it's pretty like we talk about AMC all the time. We bring up Ape. Why not talk about AMC when you're talking about Ape, right? And with AMC right now,
you just just chill, dude.
I want to talk
like
about
all
AMC
you're
right
doing
now.
is yelling. Like
I want
no, because you don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean I don't know what I'm talking about, dude? Okay, so AMC 1. No, let's talk about AMC 1. AMC 1 is what? It's the old contracts for AMC when it was trading double what it was. Price got the
wait,
that's what
can
it
you
is.
Just pause for 1 second. I just need to ask you a question. Are you some sort of Boss Blunt's like simp? Like you're just repeating what he says and he was also wrong.
No, I'm actually going back to the topics that you're talking about with the options, for instance. AMC 1. What is AMC 1? It's literally it's a split. It's
a non-standard option.
Yeah, but why was
it
just
created? A non-standard option.
It was literally created for those options that were trading AMC at $70. Once the price of the stock got split in half, those options need to go somewhere.
You don't know what you're talking about. That's not why it was created.
Okay, go ahead. Explain.
It was created when Ape was spun off as a dividend because the people who owned options on AMC beforehand, they now had a legal claim to an option that represented 100 shares of AMC and 100 shares of Ape.
There you go.
Coming up here.
That's what I'm saying. No, I agree with you. That's exactly what it was.
You just said it was created when it was at 70.
You just said that. Yes, they were created when AMC those options they were created before Ape was even a thing. They were AMC 1 are just those old options that you can't buy the 145s anymore. But what you do is you buy the ones that combine AMC and Ape's price. Yeah.
You can't buy the 145s anymore.
Such as
Damn.
Lauer,
I do.
opposed
It
to
sucks.
boss blunts, because you will learn so much
Dude,
more.
I don't
The
even.
things
What
you're
are you
saying
talking
aren't
about, dude?
based on anything.
Yeah,
Dude,
just
this is the danger of people who just want to put shit out there.
I would have cut the
Information
guy
comes into
off
your
by
head
now.
as if it's
Okay,
true. It's
hold
not
on.
true.
All
Not
right,
everything
hold
you
on.
read on the internet's fucking true.
Okay.
That I know it's a crazy thing for all 1,000 people in here to hear, but if it's
Matt
on the
Kohrs is
internet,
saying
that doesn't
everything
fucking
that
make it
And
magic.
you're on
I
the internet,
said
so some things
last
you're
year.
saying is not true all the time either. The things that anybody's saying here is
So-
not
so-
true either. Why don't you
so don't trust
everybody in
any
this
of us.
space do their due diligence?
When
listen,
I was,
find what everything, all the data, and you come up to your own conclusions.
you know,
Look at APE, look at short interest. Did it increase?
handing
50%?
Matt's ass to
Okay,
him,
come
although
up to
I
your
didn't
own
really.
conclusion. You see a stock
Well,
trading 80%
yeah.
down. That's if you want to trade, if you want to buy that stock because you think it's dip and it hits slow, that's your decision. You see
Dude, you are
AMC
being
bouncing off its
you
low at $7, and you see the cost of borrow for AMC at 40%, and they're paying 6 times more on cost of borrow rates than they were paying this time last year, for a stock that's trading at what, $5 versus
Well,
$40,
I
$30?
can't look it up
Yeah,
because my channel,
gonna
all
pay
my
6
old
times
videos are
more?
gone.
You know what I
you
mean?
Do you know
And
that
Fucker.
not
the
only
cost
that,
of
what
borrow
about
goes up
AMC short
because they're
interest?
tripping over
Hold on.
themselves to short it?
What
They're
about this,
willing to pay
Amy?
more to short it. That's
Hold
why it
on,
goes up.
Amy. What about this right here? What about this one? Short interest for AMC. 2 reports ago, right? Short interest, it was at like 19%. Short interest went up 10% for AMC. The short interest went up 10%.
When
The
has it
price
ever
went up
fucking
around
mattered?
20%. How does short interest go up 10%? And on the same day that they reported short interest going up, the price went up. How do you short 10% more of a stock and the price goes
Well,
up?
the
Dude,
So that's
holy
why
short
shit.
interest
I'm
is
gonna have
out
to
of
wait,
date.
Batman, just
Come
shut
on.
up because I'm about
Okay,
to
you're
drop
gonna
you.
tell me to shut up because you don't want to argue
Because
that. You
all
want to
you're
go
doing,
off
dude,
of that.
Because you don't understand what you're
you just
saying.
How
keep
do I not? How do I?
ramble.
I just gave
Because
you
you don't even
facts,
know what that
numbers.
report
I just gave
Cut
you
him
numbers.
off.
Oh my
I give you
god, dude.
numbers.
You literally don't even know what a short interest report is. That doesn't mean that it increased 10%.
How do I not know what short interest report is? It's reported, and 2 weeks later you get the data. It's a short interest. It's a reported short interest from what they of the float is report. How much is sold short? 111 million shares sold short. The last report before that, it was at 101 million. That went up by 10
Oh my
million
God, 10
shares
million
sold short.
shares.
Yet
said
the
it
price
went
went up.
10. Dude,
Yes.
chill.
Yes.
Stop fucking interrupting so maybe you can
Go
learn
ahead.
something. Holy shit, man.
But don't
You just
shit.
Oh my
talk.
God.
Be like, yo, let me go back and respond to you, but don't shit talk.
But you don't listen. You just
because you
talk and talk
ramble,
and talk
dude.
and
You're
talk
just
and talk and
fucking
talk.
rambling.
Cut him
Yeah,
off.
because I'm hyped
Oh my
up.
God.
Because you don't know what
I'm
the fuck
bullish
you're
right
talking
now.
about. You're
Ape,
emotional.
I'm foolish.
Bro,
What
I'm
the
hyped, bro.
fuck?
I'm in fire right now, dude.
The whole market was on fire today, and
Oh
AMC
yeah,
and
yeah,
APE
yeah.
ended red.
Oh, that's why I'm loving AMC right now, because they shorted the shit out of it and it's on fire right now. But yeah, go ahead.
Dude,
Okay.
you realize short interest, it's not the overnight change. It's what changed in the past 2 weeks. You're like, oh, it went up 10% overnight.
I know
Dude,
that.
why'd you say it went up in
Matt,
one night? It went up 10%.
Matt, when I say the price went up 10%, I'm not saying the price went up
Jesus.
10% if you take today's price. I'm saying the price went up 10%, 10% if you go to that date that they were reporting it. Meaning on October 31st, October 31st, there was 101 million shares sold short. November 15th, there was 111 million. 10 million shares sold short increase. The price went from $6.66 to like $7.95 on November 15th. Not November 30th. I'm not talking about today, tomorrow, whatever. I'm talking about November 15th. The price went up. I'm not talking about today's price. So you're saying I don't know shit about short interest. What are you talking about, dude? I'm not talking about today's short interest. We don't have today's short interest. We're not gonna get today's short interest till mid-December, like the next week or so.
Okay, can you just like take a breath and like let's get
Yeah,
things
but
in
when you shit talk your people that you come up here and they try to speak and they're giving opinions and all you're doing is shit talking.
You don't let anybody talk. You just talk and talk and talk and
after
talk.
hearing the whole Boss Blunts thing and you shit on him and then you come in here and you try and shit on me, bro. Yeah, I get it.
Boss Blunt simp.
Wait.
That's my
Everyone,
thing.
wait, Batman. I haven't muted you. I've been fucking fair to you. When you're saying I'm shitting on people, it's because people like you and Boss Blunts, you're either intentionally lying or you're unintentionally spreading false information.
Okay. Where was false? Tell me what was false just now that I just said.
Dude, you don't know about short interest. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ.
No, Jesus.
Look at
Why
all
you
the
break?
emojis.
Okay, so I'm asking you right now because I just gave you numbers. I gave you facts. I said short interest went up by 10%, and the price went up.
Why are you still talking to this fucking guy? Holy
15th,
shit.
So now I just killed that, what you just said. Now I'm asking you, what of that data is wrong?
You
What
don't
what is
understand
wrong with
this
that?
report.
When
It's
I
the
say
net
they're
chain over a 2-week period.
when I
Yes,
say they're
obviously you
paying
get it
6 times,
delayed.
go ahead. No, I want to hear
Uh,
what you saying.
Dude, like these short interest reports, they're always at best 2 weeks delayed, and it's
Yeah,
not an overnight change, it's the net change of the 2 weeks. And you're
I know.
using fake metrics or bullshit metrics of it increased by
You're talking.
50%. If you go from 2 to 3 in short interest, that's a 50% increase. It doesn't fucking matter. You are
20% short interest, 22% short interest for AMC. That's not. We're not talking about 2 to 3%. We're talking 22% short interest. That's record levels, bro. It's not a small amount of short interest on AMC.
that is not record levels.
Yes, it is. These are high amounts of short interest, and not only is it
Record.
high
Do
amounts
you
of
know what
short
a
interest,
record means? That's not a record.
bro.
You just said
It's
it's high.
fucking, bro. Listen, 22%. Show me when was the last time we were at 22%.
This is the fucking problem with people is they just talk, and apparently if you talk the loudest and if you talk the fastest, people think you are right. That doesn't make you fucking right. This is a quantitative game. This is a game of numbers. It's not a game of just fucking screaming and watching a fucking YouTuber and thinking that they know all. Dude, this is fucking scary. That guy thinks he is right. He actually, like, in his heart of hearts, believes he is right in what he's saying.
I
That is a
mean,
fucking terrifying realization. Like,
yes.
holy fucking shit. Hang on. Someone,
I
Young, you
I
said
I
you
mean,
have something
yeah.
quick to say. What's up, Young?
Doesn't excuse Matt's previous
Or
transgressions.
fucking whoever. What's up, Ben? Or Young, what's up?
Sorry, it's been a while. I hadn't been in a space call in a minute. I lost. I didn't know how to work it. I'll be real fast, guys, because I don't. I'm not an expert. You guys know that. I don't. Claim to know everything about investing. I only do it as a secondary, third option for income. But let me just tell you how I looked at Ape and how I've been looking at Ape. I think some of you guys have been around long enough to know that I'm a huge part of the fight. I'm invested principally. Like, I stopped being invested
So basically, you're a
financially
fucking idiot
a long
then.
time ago. It's solely
Okay.
out of principle now. Like, I'm not worried about making money. I just want to make sure I make a statement. But that being said, this is how I think of Ape. I had to explain it to my mom because she's also still in it because I got her in it. So I'm constantly
Dear
trying to
Lord.
make that okay relationship. But so I was explaining to her. I was like, look, I have some Ape. I kept some Ape, but I don't have Ape for the purpose of gaining monetary gain, because Adam told us up front, Ape was specifically created as a source
Adam
of
told
income.
us.
So I was trying to explain to her in the most
God.
basic way, because it's the only way I understand it. Adam Aron owns a store. He has the store. He has investors in the store that are buying bricks. Like, I want this brick. I have this brick. Eventually, he ran out of bricks that he couldn't sell in the store anymore. So he's like, I still want this store to be worth some money, but I can't sell bricks anymore. Ownership. So I'm gonna also buy this warehouse full of inventory. And what I'm gonna do is, the inventory is crayons. Whenever the crayons go up, whenever kindergarten starts every year,
Crayons.
crayons are
Oh,
high.
lovely.
I'm gonna send crayons to my
Eye on
store,
crayons.
sell the crayons until they drop back down. Make cash to make my store worth it. Why would I invest in the inventory and not the store? That's so people who are not invested in Ape, that doesn't mean they're less of an ape. They simply understand that Adam Aron said this is for liquidity purposes only. I didn't make more AMC. I made Ape so that I have options for fundraising. The whole purpose of Ape is to sell when it's high. Like, there's no, like, if you have two options in investing and someone tells you straight up, every time this goes up, I have a fiduciary responsibility to sell it back down every time. And they say, but this other thing that I have, I can't sell. It's a collector's item. I definitely want to make sure that I keep this. I'm not selling this. Like, what would you invest in? If you were just coming in off the street, what would you invest in? The collector's item, or the thing that the guy's like, every time this goes up, I have to sell it. Like, I have to, because that's what it's made for. That's just my only way of understanding it. But that's all I had to put my 2 cents in.
I appreciate that, and I agree with you. That's what Ape is. It's a form of currency. It's a way for the company to make money and try to survive until the next quarter. That's what the fuck it is. Like, and they're what I don't like about this is I think there's room to discuss like the legal aspect, the financial aspect, but people such as Batman and Boss Blunts, they just want to love Adam Aron. They want to think that this random guy who is already living a financial life far better than everyone in this fucking room added together. They want to think that this guy has our back. Why the fuck would he have our back? He sold, he profited $40 million fucking dollars. Like, in your example, Young, you were talking about the store. This is the dude who already like sold equity in the store and made his money, and he's like, all right, like maybe the store will work out. I would never argue that he's working against us, but he doesn't fucking care. Like, I just don't get this sycophant, like fucking cult, like we have to follow him and everything he does is good. That's what happened, is he announced it and everyone's like, okay, well, Aron said it, so it has to be good. You know where that gets you? It gets you the exact same situation of what Ryan Cohen did with Bed Bath & Beyond. It gets you with a fucking knife in your back and less money in your account. That's what happens when we glorify these fucking suits and put them on a pedestal. That's the game of it. And that's the same thing with fucking everyone. Influencers, big Twitter accounts, all of that. At the end of the day, like, your bottom, or I guess I should say your most important thing is what you're doing reasonable for you and your family. Don't fucking put random ass motherfuckers you've never ever met on a pedestal. Froggy, you've been waiting for like ever, man. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Matt? I want to talk about dilution. You mentioned before that Ape was going to get diluted. That's why you said that it was probably a good thing to sell. When you mentioned it, a lot of people gave you a lot of grief on it, and I thought it was kind of unfair because in an investor's perspective, why would anybody want to hold something that's going to get diluted? So I kind of just shut my mouth and let everybody just kind of attack you on it. And I just, on my own, I sold Ape as soon as the announcement of dilution happened. And here I am, I could buy 7.5 times more Ape just from the common sense of selling under dilution or before dilution. But you're right. We need to start holding some of these YouTubers accountable for their BS that they're spreading, this hopium crap. Nobody gave you any credit for saying to sell Ape. I'm not saying that you should do it now because it's already sold, but nobody gave you credit. And I'm not here to like pat you on the back. I'm just speaking the truth. You were right about selling Ape, saving the money, and then because it was going to get diluted. But why is nobody not speaking the truth is what's driving me nuts. And it's nice to hear you coming forward and calling Boss Blunts out on all of his uneducated lies.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't believe he's intentionally lying. Like, I think even with Batman, I think they hold these opinions as if they are truth. And I'm not against those. I would love Batman and Boss Blunts and I to all be on the same page. If there's more people who know about retail, and I am not saying this in the sense of what I know is being true. There are many, many things I need to learn, but all of a sudden we're in an environment where you have to question everything because the craziest shit is flying around. Like, I want more hardcore like hypotheses to float and be like, okay, is this right or that right? But it quickly turned into like pump and excitement all the time. And did I most likely contribute to that? I'd bet any amount of money I did. But unfortunately, I can't go back in time. And all I can do is moving forward saying, okay, like we need to like really shape up because people are using their time and their like hard-earned money and they're putting it on legitimate plays. And like what you were referring to of Ape going down and people such as me, Kevin, and Roensch Capital and myself, like our thesis being right, it's not, it ends up you putting that out there, and at first you take a lot of shit because this is a community of like hype and excitement, and you're like, oh, I'm going against the grain, so you get shit on. And then even now, like I think Roensch put out a really good tweet of like, you can't just say, haha, I'm right, because all of these people, like, they're still in our community. I don't want anyone to fucking lose money. If we thought about this in the game theory, like, let's say out of what, the 1,300 people in here, I am the biggest greedy capitalistic fucking douchebag ever, and I would rob any of you guys if like you shut your eyes for a second. Let's say that that's true. Even in that scenario, for me to be successful, I need you guys all to be successful in the market. For me to run the business I have, I need everyone to be making more and more money. It would literally be idiotic for me to go against my true beliefs. The more money you guys make, the more excited you get. The more excited you get, you return to my content, I get more views, I get more advertisers. It's a win-win. If all of a sudden I'm just putting out random fucking bullshit and like I'm trying to fuck people over, then it becomes self-cannibalizing. So when I put this out there, and I would argue this for anyone that has like whatever, like I hate the word, but like influence in this influencer thing, you have to remember, like everyone's trying to do what they can because they want to be the person who's right. But what I don't like about it is some of it is erring more on the side of like, I'm just going to tell people what they want. And the way the AMC/ape community has positioned itself is when they are wrong. Like, for example, I don't know, I'm sure you guys saw it because we're literally on a Twitter fucking space call. I was arguing with Rico because he was calling out that it's going to go to 60, 70, or 80, and now ape is below $1. And it's never a thing of like, oh, fuck, I got that wrong. Maybe I should try to talk to these people such as Roensch Capital to understand his thesis. Instead, it's always the mythical thing that you can't disprove. Like, and when you always ask someone to like prove a negative, like right now, if I asked you, Froggy, how do you, like, if I came to you and I was like, hey, there are giant invisible dinosaurs watching this planet, but you can't see them because they're invisible. You can never disprove that. And that's the mentality that the ape community has, is there's always unproven manipulation. And whenever anything doesn't work out, they're like, oh man, it's that fucking ghost manipulation. Like, this is way more of a psychology thing going on than a financial thing. And that's what blows my mind. And I don't know the way out of it. Like, I'm happy we can have some of these conversations, but like, I don't know. Like, Froggy, the only thing I could really say to you is if you see me wrong, or if you have like an opinion that differs, fucking let me know. Call me out and be like, hey man, I saw this differently. Because on an individual basis, if we all hold each other accountable to that level, I think the community becomes better.
I honestly have actually held you pretty accountable a lot. I kind of feel bad that I've pretty much hit you a bunch of times for a couple different things. But then when you do tell the truth, you should also get credit for it. And that's why I'm here to say, you know, like, you were right about the ape thing. And the thing is nobody wants to give you credit for it. And you took a lot of slack. Now, I don't watch Meet Kevin, so I don't know what he said. And I don't watch Roensch Capital either. But this is part of the problem that I'm seeing here is
the be watching all of them, Froggy.
Get credit, and then you get people like Boss Blunts, where like we were talking DRS, and he started coming out saying, well, if you DRS and computer share, the DTC can still sell your shares, and I'm like, that's not how it works. They're two totally different entities. And just like you basically called him right out, like he sounds educated, but he's not reading the paperwork to even come up with truths. But then if he yells it loud enough, he tricks a bunch of people into believing it's true. And back to your statement of unprovable lies, I could say right now I'm wearing red shoes and nobody could prove me wrong. And that's what these guys operate off of, is this, you can't prove me wrong, so it has to be true. And it's garbage. Like, we're here to make money, and truth should be number one priority. And a lot of people just, there's like no integrity and like no honesty about stuff, and it's driving me nuts. Like, I was on YouTube and I gave it up because I felt I was battling a group of pathological liars.
Good.
And you can't really get the truth out there without being attacked by this group of, I don't know what they are. I can say they're uneducated, but they're weird. And you know exactly what
Chris,
group I'm
it's
talking
Frog,
about.
it is Froggy Styles.
The truth is not being told. It's being suppressed for some reason, and I don't understand
why. For some
why.
reason. Dude, how much money are the influencers making?
Hopium and copium, and people want more of that following, and they're afraid to rock the boat. But I don't know.
I don't even know if it's that, as much as people are. Look, I think that people are down on their investment, and they don't want more people to leave, right? Because people selling or people leaving means that they lose more in their investment, and I get it. But yeah. I think it's more of fear than anything else.
Yeah, and like I just don't. I don't know. It happens a lot. Like various times. Like I see Trey in here, TMI, Dave, Randall. Like whenever everyone that I just listed has put out like a theory that like at one point or a time like wasn't accepted, and they just got fucking shit on. And the question is why? Like, it's just, dude, it's a theory, it's a thesis. Let's talk about it. Let's see if we could become better. I mean, that's what happens on a smaller scale in hedge funds. It's like, okay, this analyst is talking to this one. Let's all burn off with each other. But then apparently, it's almost as if there was like a dogma written, and if you disagree with it at any point now,
The reality is that most of what they've put out has been fucking
put out
wrong.
theories and let's go back. Like let's let the
Everybody
ideas
has
be
their
discussed back and
theories.
forth, but people don't. They choose not to.
They're
'cause,
all
like,
fucking stupid.
It's more of like if our fucking
unsubstantiated or
I don't know,
rely
our
on
disciple
assumptions.
following of AMC or GME.
It's
If
not
they
that
say
hard.
it's good, then it's all good, and anything else is just like fucking wrong, and everything's kumbaya, and these guys in the suits who are living
he's
in
a
their
good
mansion on their
bullshitter.
fucking super yachts allegedly have our back. Like, fucking come on. Like I know I'm young and dumb, but I'm not that fucking dumb.
I think it's just the ability to not be accountable, right? Like it can't be. It's got to be somebody else's fault. I watched it happen to Trey, you, everybody who's said anything, me. But I think that's really what it is. Is it like you can't accept that maybe you're wrong, so it's got to be somebody else's fault.
Blame the hedge funds.
I think intentions should be the most important thing, because I mean, if like some people don't mean to be wrong, and I get it, so I would give them a pass. But if you tell someone the truth and they still disregard it, and just like what Matt was doing, he was telling a fact, boss disregarded it, spoke up louder and said, "You're uneducated." And that's what these people are doing, is they're trying to disregard the truth even when it's being spoke to them. And that's a big problem. And like, okay, so for one of the things that I've been noticing too, like this whole you can't question Adam Aron thing, that's craziness. Like, this is our investment, and there's people telling us in the community we can't question him, and we should be allowed to do so. And there's so many of these little, I don't know, whatever you call them, nuances or something that we aren't allowed to do. Like, you're not allowed to sell your shares. You're not allowed to, like, I'm a swing trader, and I'm over here long hauling, holding on to AMC. And like, when I heard Matt talking about he sold his ape, everybody that has done investing before knows why you would have sold ape. It had everything to do with dilution. Matt didn't sell it because he didn't like ape. He sold it because he knew that it was going to get diluted. And it was announced by Adam Aron that he was going to dilute, 85% of it? Even though he didn't do it, the market, front ran it and drove the price down 85%, and here we are. So, I mean, it was kind of a no-brainer. Everything was given to us. The information was told ahead of time, and the people that didn't want to move got smoked in ape, and it sucks. It really does.
Yeah, I'm looking through the list right here, and there's people I've agreed with, there's people I've disagreed with, people I've made content with, people I've fought with, and I don't see a person on this call that I recognize that at like one point or another, like, wasn't called like a shill or a sellout or like any of this. And it's just like these internal attacks that like blows my mind, because I also think in a fair sense that everyone in here is probably not a shill, probably not a sellout, was trying to just have some sort of fucking conversation. And like it's almost become a game now. Like, the worst thing you could be called in this group is a sellout or a fucking like Citadel shill. Like, let's be realistic, folks. Fucking no one in here was ever contacted to be like sold by like Citadel or stuff.
Yeah.
I've talked a lot with
really?
Trey. Trey and I had the biggest views, and not one of us was offered a fucking dime from any hedge fund. They didn't give two fucks. I guarantee the same thing about Randall, TMI. No one was fucking doing that. And I think the reason the discourse always goes so quickly that way is because people don't want to engage with critical thought. They don't want to say, okay, like, does this opinion hold any weight? Like, hang on, I didn't understand that filing. What's going on with the DTCC? What does this mean for shorts? What's this report? No, it's just easier to hit, like, those 5 letters and be like, fuck you, shill, and you move on with your day. And then you win points within the community because you're virtue signaling to them of how much of a fucking ape you are. And, like, it's getting to the point where I would rather, like, fucking people need to make some money here and like understand that if you are taking the time to be on Twitter and YouTube and all this stuff, you're just a person trying to be a little bit better financially off. Like, these fucking hedge fund people, they are not wasting their time. Like, it's so wild. It's like the boogeyman of a fucking situation. And then people get run off. They're like, dude, this community's fucking crazy. I'm never going to engage with them again. Like, the amount of people who like really, really know their shit. The reporters who like look at us and they're like, wow, like, these people are fucking stupid and they have no idea what's going on. And the issue is, it's because the silent majority is exactly that. It's because you are grown-ass adults who don't have the time to fight on Twitter. You don't have the time to respond to every Twitter DM and this, and you're like, well, fuck it, these people are crazy, I'm moving on. And then honestly, it's a missed opportunity, because I've preached this on my channel so many times. I inherently believe that there's been no vehicle ever created by man that is better at Wall Street than wealth creation. I think any person, the earlier you get into the market, even at the most basic investing, you are better off. And the worst thing about our little sub community here is there's been so much vicious infighting that people who are just joining, they're like, well,
No, the worst thing about
I
the
don't
worst
feel
thing
like
to
getting
happen in
involved
the
anymore.
community is when they
And
started saying,
it's like, I guess on a personal note, like hurtful
"Mo
to
ass
me
or
because I'm like,
bust."
fuck, like this person, like they were
It's either going to go
so
to $1
close to
million
potentially
a
having
share
a
or it's going to
far
go to
better life
zero.
than they could have
There's no
ever
third
imagined
option.
if they just learned some of
That
the
is
basics of investing.
fucking
And it's
retarded.
just like collectively our fucking attitudes that have scared so many people away. And I don't think it's done by any means. Like I don't think it's
No
like
sell,
doomsday.
no
I think we
sell.
just need to be a little bit more like
Garbage.
self-accountable
It's
and
not
try to like
about
correct the
the
ship's
money.
course.
It's about
What's up, Ben?
fairness in the market. Garbage.
Oh, Matt. You're gonna get so much shit for having me even in speaking here. I appreciate the patience you had with Boss, and also full disclosure, like I'm not a fan of you, but that's what can make this a balanced conversation. You know, full disclosure. But yeah, like the whole, like God, I've had my hand up for like 2 hours, but yeah, the whole the misconception around dark pools, just to kind of kick this whole thing off. Holy shit! Like if we got rid of dark pools, like this is the amazing thing to me. Like this has been going on for like a year and a half now, and people still don't understand the purpose and the actual function of a dark pool. Like if we got rid of dark pools, like the limit up, limit down halts would go tenfold tomorrow. Because like yeah, and that's please understand this if you're listening and if you're an ape, there is not a single trade that goes through a dark pool that doesn't go through the actual bid-ask price. It's that's NBBO, as you were speaking to earlier. That's a like if you're Morgan Stanley and you want to move 5 million shares of something that normally trades 500,000 shares in a day, and you reach out to another desk at another hedge fund, bulge bracket bank, whatever it is, and you're like, hey, we want to offload this, and we're going to do it at this somewhere between that NBBO. Like that's the function and the purpose of that, because again, and I've tweeted this, I've spoken to this several times. If we got rid of dark pools, retail traders, in addition to institutional, would be crying in a fetal position tomorrow. Like it would have so much disruption and volatility. Volatility is the big thing. That's the entire purpose and the entire grand function of dark pools, is to take volatility out of markets. Because if you need to sell 5 million shares of let's say it's Google or Meta, like that will limit down. Like if you had to smoke the bid or smoke the ask, like that will completely screw up the market. Like you will have, again, limit up, limit downs will go tenfold minimum if you got rid of dark pools.
I
like
mean,
that is the entire function and purpose of these vehicles. And going back to vehicles,
they have
that's
plenty of
why
algorithmic trades they can do
so far. Like
average across a certain
I remember
block of
telling
time.
people,
I mean,
that
it's not
the
quite
entire
that simple.
arb between Ape and AMC was ridiculous, because Ape is the dilution vehicle for AMC. That is the purpose of it. That's which God bless them. They weren't able to raise a whole lot off of it, but that was the entire purpose of Ape, was a dilution vehicle. And when you have as much retail noise trading as there is in this stock, it's the ARB is never going to work out. And the thing that Boss Blunts touched on earlier, and it's like when these people talk and they're so close to getting it. When he was talking about reorganization, like, if he's actually been in the market for 20 years, he knows that reorganization, or he should know that reorganization is not a buyout. It's a fucking bankruptcy. in that case of a reorganization, because again, restructuring
Cost
and
blunts
reorganization
such a
are identical terms as far as
Holy
finance
shit!
goes.
I wish I had captured more of this.
That's
on the
front whole idea there. It's like, so yeah, in the event of a restructuring, a reorganization, again, these are identical terms in financial and legal speak. Like, yeah, your APE shares and your AMC shares have equal claim to equity, or let's call it residual equity value. Which again, in the case of something like an AMC, when the bonds are trading at deeply distressed levels, you are an unsecured creditor. That's what we're talking about here. You are an unsecured creditor. You have no, because the bondholders come first. And when the bonds are trading anywhere from 30 to 60 cents on the dollar, as AMC bonds are, the creditors get paid out first. The bondholders get paid out first. It bails out the suits first. And obviously, Adam Aron was previously at Apollo. He knows how this whole game works. He sold $42 million worth of stock. He cannot dress himself. Just look at him in his public appearances. Like his basic clothing doesn't fit his body. Like, how much does he actually care when he won't put on a proper fitting or any proper fitting attire?
We just took a left turn
at one
out
of these
into
public events. And
weird.
that started. People started questioning him earlier this
Every
year,
time
which
you
they
think,
were right to
oh
do.
wow, somebody actually gets
it. Was like,
it.
yeah, and the other thing too,
and they start talking about.
I gotta have so much to say, but he, because he says, oh well, I still hold, X amount of AMC stock. I'm still very much.
Now we're ranting about Adam Aron. I swear, are all these fucking people on speed or some shit? It's like
everything that he is legally allowed to sell. And I actually had a believe it or not, Terrible and I DM each other once in a while, and I had to educate her on this fact, is that he is sold because he is legally required to hold a certain amount of equity, whether it's vested or unvested. Almost everything he holds right now is unvested, but he is legally required to hold a certain amount of equity in this company, and that is like as a bare minimum, and that is what he is at right now. And again, these are grants. This is not stock that he's personally bought. He was selling all the way down. Like, it's you cannot trust these people. Like, you should always be very critical and very skeptical of any executive in any company, period. Especially.
So why are you all here? Like, what is your point? What do you care about here?
Wait, Christina.
Do you care about our money? Do you care about
Christina,
what other people are doing with their own investments? How does that affect you? Like, why are you so personally offended?
Christina,
we got some heavy bags here.
To talk, so
no, I just want to know because I'm not going to sit here for hours and listen.
Well, then get off the
call
away. Because I've been waiting for 2 hours. Please stop and raise your hand.
Tell me you're holding some heavy bags without telling me you're holding some heavy bags. But it's again, and full disclosure, like, let's go into that. I was shorting AMC from basically 60 to about 10. I have not had a short in several months on this company, but I am fascinated by cults. That's why I'm still around. That's why I'm still here. Whether it's a prosperity cult, a gospel cult, whatever, it's something that deeply interests me. It always has. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm talking right now, because it is deeply fascinating to me. And like, I remember I have a recording from a space where somebody actually broke into tears when Adam Aron followed them on Twitter. Like that, we have that recording. That was a thing that happened. This guy was followed by Adam Aron, and he was on a space, and he's like, "Oh my God, guys!" And he starts crying. He starts crying publicly when he's been followed by Adam Aron. That is a cult. Period.
That's
What's
I
that?
mean, I'm by no means I don't have the proper like psychology or sociology degrees to say a cult or not, but like just the way it's like used in common day, I think there are cult like aspects, but I'm also maybe a little optimistic in the fact that that's just like a very loud minority. I think a lot of people just like by the
Yes.
numbers,
Bullshit.
I think there's like I think there's a
Bullshit.
couple hundred who are like hardcore zealots, and they just think that what it is, and like I believe it has like a lot of religious ties, except instead of like eternal salvation, they look as Adam Aaron or Ryan Cohen to be their financial salvation. They are just putting all this trust in them, and I hope it works. Like fuck, like I want it. Like I'm in no way campaigning against it. I'm just in agreement with you, Ben, of like I think it's a bad bet to put like a random multi-millionaire dude to think that he's just going to try to help out the average Joe, and I guess for me, like it's just, I mean, even when it was crazy and it ran to 77, I mean, I remember the day I was in a hotel room and I was talking about it, and like all of a sudden, like that was the first time I seriously got shit from the community because people were talking about selling. I was like, oh, I don't fucking care. It's your money. Like I have no right to tell anyone in here what to do with their money. I shouldn't be telling you to buy, to sell, and I shouldn't make you feel one way about it or other. I mean, we could always have a conversation of if like I think it's financially or short squeeze or culturally like right or wrong, but like at the end of the day, you are paying your bills. I am paying my bills. That's the name of the fucking game. Adam Aaron's not going to call you up and say, hey guys, sorry I did the backdoor dilution. Make sure, like, I'll get your internet bill for the week or the month. Like, that's not going to fucking happen. Anyway, I appreciate your thoughts, Ben. And before I let you go, did you see the show? I think it's on Peacock, I want to say, Shadowland. It's all about cults.
Yes. I've watched that, and again, this has been a fascination of mine for a very long time. And yeah, it is a cult. Like there's no nice way to say that it's not. You have someone who's trust Adam Aaron, checkmate. You have this person that's that's this this prophet for this movement. And the other thing, as you were talking about this earlier too, with that retail does not move the stock, and yeah, they don't. Like that's because, and again, like full disclosure, I like peripherally run some money. I am not licensed in any way. I'm just kind of a sidekick to a fund. And a lot of the stuff that we go long on is stuff that we're expecting.
Oh, he's a hedgy.
And ETF flows into eventually.
I knew it.
Because again, like retail, like this, there's this kind of mass delusion that there's this like huge retail ownership in this stock, in that naked shorts, FTDs. Like God, I mean, here's some ammo for you. If you think that FTDs equal a huge MOAS or short covering, whatever it is, go look at the U.S. Treasury market. There are billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of FTDs in the U.S. Treasury market every single day. Billions per day of FTDs in the U.S. Treasury market. It doesn't mean anything. It's a snapshot in time. Like that's the thing that I wish I could drive, because like again,
wait, sorry to interrupt. It's just the comedy of the guy with Jerome Powell as his picture giving you the thumbs down when you're talking about treasuries is so fucking funny.
Not Jerome Powell. No, it's like it, because like again, like, and the reason I'm kind of passionate about this, like I'm still a very normal guy. I am literally leaning over the engine bay of a fucking 2013 Volkswagen Passat TDI right now. I am as blue collar and as retail as it gets. Like that is my thing. That's my stake in this whole thing. Like I've been doing markets since about 2012. I've been rugged. I've been fucked many times, and it's a hard learning process. Like you are every single time. And like, God, if this is the one thing I can get through to everyone listening to this right now, every single time you place a trade on anything, you're competing against literally thousands of math PhDs, like people who have committed their lives to this market, into the system, into this game. You have to appreciate and recognize the competition that you're up against. And again, if you don't have an edge that you can define in a very objective way, you will fucking lose every fucking time. Like, my one piece of advice, like parting, if you're going to drop me, is like find a niche, just a tiny little thing that you can get really, really good at, and just focus on that till you fucking die. And just try to be really good at that, whether it's a structured trade or a specific sector.
Well,
like
I mean, the
that,
apes, they've already done that.
That is what will ultimately
They're
make you successful in the capital
AMC.
markets. If you're not willing to put in that kind of work, then this is not the thing that you should be doing.
I appreciate your input, Ben. Well, I hope you like me at least 1% more than you previously did, but could we move
I
this
do,
on to PJ?
honestly.
I appreciate that. All right, have a good one. Thank you. What's up, PJS?
Hi, Matt. Hi, guys. So thank you for having this call, because I think it's really important that we look at the facts. And many people are not stating fact. They're stating, they're thinking this trade is going to go some way based on some fantasy that may happen tomorrow or a year from now. And that's not the way it works. And I'm really, really sad for two things. I'm sad that I heard people in this call tonight who perhaps are here for 2 years that have not learned the basic tenets of trading a stock. And 3 days ago, someone actually told me that they didn't know how to read a chart, but yet they put over $25,000 into AMC. So that kind of disturbed me a little bit. But the long and short of it is, I became critical of Adam Aron over 8 months ago, 9 months ago. And it was something that he had said that really got to me. And I saw him glean to the apes and kind of ignore the shareholders. You know, I guess, I don't know how to explain it without offending anyone, but like we were talking about, there's just a group of people that are wrong about a lot of things and that are refusing to learn. And that's another point I'd like to make. But I see Adam Aron at every turn, every tweet, everything that he does is catering to the folks that come up with these crazy theories. And I believe that he's doing it on purpose, to keep air in the trade, to make sure that he still has this following. And he knows that, he knows that the apes are the people that support AMC, brick and mortar. And I just think the whole thing is so mind-blowing. And we have, and I want to say this to everyone, we have amazing people on FinTwit and the financial world that we're circling around in to learn from. I really, really encourage everyone to learn from the right people, because when you learn from the wrong people, you kind of go into that Dunning-Kruger thing where you're right no matter what, and they're completely, and whoever's telling you fact, like you before, Matt, to Batman and Blunts, is wrong. And, then you become this idiot and this moron. And, it's just, I just encourage people to open their minds. I mean, nobody's right all the time, and the smart people learn from each other. And I think that's super, super important. And that's all I wanted to say. Oh, actually, Matt, just one thing. I would love to know where you think this is going.
Oh, I mean, I think that's going to be, particularly for AMC, I think has a lot to do with the federal fund rate. And I think they need to be able to better handle their debt. And then there just needs to be more movies. Unfortunately, the two things that I think are most impactful, big blockbuster movies and debt rate, like interest rates, unfortunately, they're out of their control. But I know it doesn't help at all when the moves that they're doing are like, let's buy a fucking gold mine for 27 million, which is shit, because even if you 10x it, that's a quarter bill and you have 5 billion debt. To me, it's just playing small ball. Like, this ape thing was like the big choke on that, and it was just fucking dilution. And the big choke on that dilution, they've raised 36 mil from. Like, these aren't like, there's moves, and I'm sure many of you in here have seen it. This is by no means my like idea or anything, but like I think this concept of just like playing sports and teaming up with DraftKings and FanDuel and doing or like gambling and like theater specific like prop bets and like shit like that. Like, I think we just need more creative. We need like a better cash flow, but overall the economy is in quite a bit of pressure. And you know how I honestly think this ends? Before it goes down or it goes up, I think it's going to kind of do a bunch of nothing, and I think Adam Aron's actually going to leave. I don't think he's going to be the leader that brings this to the finish line, whether we win or lose. My guess is he's going to just cash out and have a reasoning, and that's going to be the last time we fucking hear of him.
I agree. I mean, he could have done so many things that could have helped along, that could have helped and, outed, I guess, the manipulation that is going on, because that we can't deny. I mean, it's happening somehow, I guess, through the ARB and, through the massive shorts. But I just want people to really try to learn from the right people. And I see a lot of the right people in this room. Scroll down and pick somebody that is smarter than you and learn from them. That's all I want to happen in this community. And I don't want anyone to lose money. And it breaks my heart. Yesterday, I saw a tweet that an older person put 30 or 40 grand of his pension money, like that's all he has of his pension money, in ape. And it just, this could end very badly for a lot of people. And I'm here to hope, and I'm here to hope that it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't change it for people, but I just, education is really what we have to be after at this point. And everybody has to open their minds to being proven wrong, because that's when you grow and that's when you get smarter, I suppose, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, have a good night, everybody.
I appreciate your input. Thank you. What's up, Swin?
Can I go real quick? I've been waiting, and I was kind of before Swing and said, I just had a question, and I have a statement, I guess you could say. My thing is that, okay, how can I say this? So you, Matt, no disrespect what I'm trying to say. I really just want to know. You're saying we shouldn't follow a man we don't know. We shouldn't follow the CEOs and all this. I agree with that. But we shouldn't follow the YouTubers either, because a lot of us followed you, Trey, TMI, and other YouTubers out of faith that you guys were leading us down the right path. Now, no offense, a lot of YouTubers made a lot of money off AMC, off super chats, fanny packs, discourse, all this other shit. So to me, I just feel like there's a little bit of hypocrisy in this conversation when it comes to like, we shouldn't follow Adam Aron, but yet we follow a lot of YouTubers and we put a lot of faith in them, thinking that they were providing us with the right information.
That was what you did.
Some of them, I know you have some experience, because I did follow you, nervous, sorry. I do know that you have some experience, because I did watch your channel a lot. I'm not going to say I didn't, because I did, because I had faith that you were leading me down the right path. And I didn't know you from a hole in the wall. But yet we can't follow Adam Aron, or people can't follow him, or any other CEO, and they don't know him.
Now.
So to me, I just feel like there's kind of hypocrisy here. I don't know the beef between you and Boss Blunts. I don't know what's going on there. But I feel like we were lied to by a lot of YouTubers. They made millions off super chat. Well,
exactly, bad back.
Off super chats.
You're telling us not to trust.
And then everybody
you're telling us not to trust Adam Aron.
So
but last year we trusted you.
Ditches us. Isn't that what everybody else did?
What kind of argument is that?
That's how I see it. And I don't mean any disrespect.
Oh my God.
When I say this is just that. This is just stupid, because if you don't have a horse in the game, then you shouldn't give a shit what happens with AMC or Ape. That's just my opinion. That's just an opinion. I'm not saying that you
should.
Because
we can't stand the fucking lies day after fucking day.
You shouldn't care what I do. Just like
nobody does.
We shouldn't care what he does, right?
God
so
damn.
To hear people say, "Oh, we're here to look out for other people," but wait, you don't know me. But yet I can't you get what I'm trying to say?
Did
I just
she
feel like
really
there's a
just
lot of
say, you
hypocrisy,
don't
and I
know
think
me?
people should just
Oh my
do what's best for
God.
them and not worry about what the other person's doing.
Okay.
If you truly care for me, you wouldn't lead me down the wrong path, nor would you. It's not funny. I don't think it's funny because I'm an adult and I make my own decisions. And if I choose to make a bad
God
mistake,
damn
that's
it.
on me. That's not
Why?
on
How
Aaron.
in the
That's
fuck?
not Matt.
Every one of
That's
these
not Ingrid.
people
That's on me. It's simple
is
as
a
that. I'm an
rambling
adult. I knew what I
fucking
was getting into.
lunatic.
I don't need anybody to tell me if I'm convicted or not or whatever, this and that. So that's just how I see it, and I'm gonna step down now. But
That's
thank
how
you for
you
having me.
feel. Clearly, that's how you
That's
feel.
completely fair. And if anything, I think it's these type of these discussions of like people not seeing eye to eye that are actually probably where the most growth comes from. So I very much appreciate you coming up. So a couple things to like touch on there, and like I very she dropped. Anyway, I hope she's listening. Just to touch on it, I guess for the group. Yes, I agree. Like, I think we should. I mean, I think it's like probably like it's kind of like the concept of trust but verify. Be like, okay, this person said X, Y, Z. Does it hold water? People are putting out their thoughts and their opinions, whether it's Adam Aaron down to like a random Twitter or Reddit account. You consume it, but then ask yourself, like, I don't think we should assume anyone. Like, I mean, half the time I don't know what I'm saying if I believe what I'm saying. So then I have to go fact check myself on this. Like, I think whenever anyone states anything, you should be able to say, how did you get that to there? Like, explain to me how you got from like A to Z. And if you agree with their train of thought, great, have at it. And if like with Boss Bunce and I like disagreeing, I pointed stuff out, and all of a sudden when people start to like fumble and they just say this and that, that's where I feel like it goes from like emotionally they want to be right as opposed to like, oh, okay, like maybe I did misunderstand that. Like what's funny is I think the biggest problem in trading is also one of the biggest issues people have, whether it's in a debate, an argument with a friend, a relationship, or anything like that. It's the same issue. People have the worst time in the world saying that they're wrong. Like literally just admitting you made a bad fucking trade and getting out before the loss blows up in your face, or being in a debate on a Twitter space call and saying, oh shit, like I didn't know that Adam Aaron couldn't merge it back in. Like all of a sudden, like people just can't say like, oh, I'm wrong. And all of a sudden, like a lot of the times, like that just helps and facilitates the conversation going forward. There were a couple other things that you said about making money. You were talking about like YouTubers and influencers and all of that stuff, and then also Adam Aaron. So I guess obviously I can't speak for Adam Aaron. I think my biggest issue there is it's weird to me to talk about like choke on that and like the shorts are going to pay and all of that yada yada yada, but then to also be selling. Like to me that there's a disconnection between talking the talk and walking the walk. You brought up the example of Trey, who fortunately made money on AMC because he sold options. Well, first of all, options expire, so you have to fucking sell. Options market makers, like to me, that's a fucking win. Like just because someone else wins doesn't necessarily mean that I lose. Trading is not a zero-sum game. Like if anything, like if I see an influencer crushing it, great. That means I should expect higher quality content because they could get a better studio, they can get better camera, they can fly somewhere and do better content and do like interviews. Like it's just because someone else out there is winning doesn't mean someone else is losing. And I even think that with Adam Aaron, like I don't think his selling was at the detriment to me. My issue is a public persona of like, oh, I'm such a fucking ape and I love all of you guys, but then doing something that's not an ape. Like to me, if he was just like, listen, guys, like I appreciate that you saved me. Like I'm an old man, I don't really get this culture. I have to say, like, oh, okay, cool. But it's a different thing when you allegedly try to adopt the culture. It just seems like a little bit, I guess, like strange to me. But I
Disingenuous.
think the overall sentiment of like what you brought up, it's super,
No,
super fair.
nope,
And
haven't
I'm
heard from
telling you,
Trey yet.
don't blindly trust anyone because at the end of the day, as I was talking about with Ben, they're not paying your bills.
Frank
So
Nez is
you
listening.
got to do whatever you think is individually right for you. And just because something's on the internet, it
Tony
doesn't make it
Denaro,
true.
Franzetti's listening.
Swin, what's up?
And yeah, I mean,
Is your mic? Is it just me, folks, or Can everyone hear
Yep,
Swin?
it's live. It is live. It's happening right now. I'm playing it on Twitter.
Swin, can you hear me?
Streaming it. So, and then I'm commenting on top of it. So I'm not part of their conversation. That's why would I want to be?
Yo, so sorry, could you mute Swing until he fixes his mic because we can hear this? Yeah, there we go. Thanks, bro. So there's two quick things I wanted to chat
We'll
about.
do it live.
So the first is like people have mentioned a couple times, and it's gone back and forth about whether APE should be priced lower than AMC because it's a dilution vehicle, or it's this or it's that. So like, okay, what both of these assets, AMC and APE, represent at the end of the day is fundamentally the same thing, which is an equity claim on the assets of AMC, right? Like strictly speaking, APE should trade at a premium to AMC because it's preferred equity, meaning that if AMC like closed up shop and sold all the assets and handed out whatever was left, like APE would get more than AMC. So strictly speaking, it doesn't make any sense that APE trades less. That said, I'm not about to go arb the spread because nothing about the stock makes sense because it's ultimately a marketing issue because this stock is a meme, right? When APE gets diluted, AMC also gets diluted because they represent, again, the same thing, which is an equity claim on the assets of AMC. And the only reason there would be any kind of divergence between that is because this thing doesn't trade on fundamentals of any sort. It's a meme stock, right? In the same way that, like, I don't know, Bitcoin never has a bad fundamental day because there are no fundamentals, right? It's literally just sentiment. So to the extent that, like, anyone thinks APE was a bad idea to like hold APE specifically because it's diluting your claim, like that's also true of AM, whether or not you hold APE, right? They're the same thing. The second thing I wanted to talk about is, so PJ mentioned this briefly, and then Tina came up here and she was super passionate. So, okay, when I communicate my ideas to other human beings, I have the understanding that they may be influenced by the words that I speak. In fact, that is actually the reason I communicate in the first place. It's not to like try to mind control people, but generally when I speak words to another mind independent of my own, it is because I'm trying to figure something out or trying to convince them of something, or like, you know, there's a basic exchange of ideas going back and forth. This is like the purpose of conversation in my mind. So when I tweet something like, hey, I'm bullish on whatever, I understand that someone may take an action based on the words that I've said, right? The same is true of everyone else in my timeline. When people tweet and I read them, I understand that they may be influencing me by sharing their opinion, right? And that may be an opinion I agree with or disagree with, or something I just stick in my back pocket, like, oh, I'm looking at Twitter and the general sentiment today is XYZ about the market or whatever stock, right? But at the end of the day, PJ, it is your fault that people have lost money in AMC. It's everyone who's ever pumped AMC's fault that retail shareholders have handed a bunch of cash to Adam Aron, and the company's going to go bankrupt anyways, right? Because you spend all this time in spaces talking about how great the stock is, and it's going to go bankrupt, right? Like, let's imagine they sold all the APE at, I don't know, fuck it, $2 tomorrow. They would raise what, like 400 million from that? Okay, they lose 200 million a quarter. You just bought them until Q2 2024, and then they're out of more dilution. Like, if you want to, quote unquote, save the company, like start mailing envelopes of cash unmarked to the treasury of AMC, because you're not going to do it by holding the stock. And then continuing to blame, like, oh, it's because of manipulation. Like, it's not manipulation, okay? It's that the fundamental asset here is worthless because it's going to go bankrupt. And that's been really obvious the whole time. And what Adam Aron could have done, if he was an honorable person, is that he could have declared bankruptcy in 2020, which would have led to reorganization of the debt. Okay, the theaters wouldn't have all closed and gone away forever. What would have happened is that they would have reorganized the debt, and then they would have a new company, basically. They would have new equity. But Adam Aron didn't want to do that because then all of the stock that he held as the CEO would have been worthless. And all of the apes who bought this stock were his golden ticket out. And
I am way too tired.
Not Citadel,
for
not
that.
some evil, scary hedge fund, not some like mysterious short.
I would end up sounding like one of these rambling, raving idiots.
Unless it was going to go there anyways. The fact of the matter is, if AMC stock was worth more than what it's trading at, people would be going and buying it in size. Because Wall Street doesn't give a fuck about who would be offside. They would love to kill their competition. They want to make money. If the asset was mispriced, someone would go buy it and they would fix it. But the fact is, if it traded off fundamentals, it would already be bankrupt. It would already be a zero. It's going there. You're going to lose whatever you have left if you keep holding it. You know, laugh at me if next week it has a 30% pop off of animal spirits and whatever else drives the market. Go ahead. But right now, as I see it, I don't know. 2024 is the end of the line based on the cash burn and the cash on the balance sheet. Stock doesn't make money. They could have reorganized. All of this debt burden would be gone and replaced with cheaper debt, but it's not. And instead, Aron took all of your money. And if you're upset about that, if you're upset about the fact that retail investors lost money, realize that it's your fault if you've ever told anyone that there was manipulation and shit going on in AMC. It's your fault because you communicated your ideas to another human being, and take responsibility for that. And then also, you should take responsibility for your own actions and your own trades that didn't work out. You lost money. You were wrong. Shit happens. It's not manipulation.
It's the investor's fault primarily.
All right, a couple things there. So on the first part, you were just saying that AMC and APE has the same legal and financial claim to the company. I agree. I don't disagree with that. But yeah, like inherently an APE dilution is an AMC dilution as well. They have the same legal and financial claim to the company. For the second part, I disagree with you. Okay, so for example, I also find in this community that manipulation is just like a super like vague term. So like it's almost too vague of like I would have to like be like, okay, like when I say, oh, what do you think about manipulation? Someone needs to define like actually what they think happened was manipulative, because if you crack open a dictionary, like if you just buy a stock, you're manipulating it, you're forcing it upward like that. Like in my opinion, it depends what they specifically mean by manipulation. I think it's a manipulative act that the most popular retail broker took away the buy button. I think that's manipulative, and I think.
Well, hold up, Matt. We've both read the report. You know the reason they took away the buy button is because they're really incompetent and they were undercapitalized, right?
Yeah, they didn't have enough collateral at the DTCC.
Okay, so, right. So hold on. Did they plan in advance, Matt, to not have enough collateral so that they would have to shut off the buy button, or were they like idiots and they suddenly got more popular than they thought they would, and like they couldn't fulfill their obligations, right? Like that's not manipulative on their part. It's stupid. And it would have happened if it was fucking Microsoft too. It doesn't matter if it was AMC. Like they just don't know how to run a fucking exchange.
Now you're saying like manipulative, like I guess has like a purpose of intention, whether it's an accident or not. Like there could still be manipulation. Is my
hold on.
That's
something
the
that
fucking
affects the
definition.
outcome of something is not manipulation unless there is intent behind it, right? Like that's what I think philosophily. If you disagree, that's okay.
And well, that's just my point of like, how are we actually defining manipulation? But like, I think, like you said, that's more of like a philosophical debate. But for the other part of, you're saying if anyone's saying anything positive or negative, like they are complicit in it. And I guess since you brought up philosophy, I would have more of an interesting question for you. Like, have you in your life ever drank, or have you ever, like, I'm not saying drinking and drive, but like, or have you ever driven a car or anything like that?
I do actions out in the world, yes.
Okay, so my point is, like, let's say you've ever had a drink. In a way, that means you are expressing to the rest of the world that you are supportive of alcohol. Does that mean that you're complicit in every alcohol-related death?
So there's a difference between having a drink or buying a stock would be the equivalent action, and then like loudly, consistently reinforcing that the media is lying to you about the harmful effects of alcohol because they don't want you to have a fun time because they're biased against the little guy.
Have you ever been to a college party where you think you drank too much and everyone was like partying a little bit too hard and everyone has like a great time?
Absolutely. And the culture of college is absolutely complicit in fostering alcoholism and binge drinking.
Okay, so do you think you are personally complicit in
Yes.
college-related alcohol deaths?
Yes.
Okay, like I'm just saying. Okay, like you, in my opinion, I think you are philosophically consistent. So like, if you're holding that thought, like I can't really like debate you on that. Then like I think you are being consistent.
Yeah, like we all, whenever we do actions out in the world or speak our mind, like we are creating the culture collectively together all at the same time. Like this is the great invention of social media, right? Is that it's not Walter Cronkite on TV anymore telling you sell ape or buy ape. It is all of us together creating the culture of the stock market, right? So if the culture of the stock market we create is that we only lose because the game is rigged against us and keep buying a worthless asset, then the inevitable result of that will be loss, and it will be the fault of everyone who participated in that culture because they all created it together.
I mean, that's fair. Like, I appreciate that, like, in my mind, you are consistent. I don't agree with your premise because I think people win in the stock market, particularly in AMC. There were active traders who won and they just moved on to the next thing. There are people who responsibly drink and don't cross a line, and I don't necessarily think that they're all complicit in some people's downfalling, just to keep with the metaphor. But
right,
I think, once
absolutely.
again,
But
this
Matt,
is more of like a philosophical thing than anything else.
right, but Matt, and if there were a bunch of spaces where the active focus was like, let's swing trade AMC because it's really fun, and like, let's all share chips about swing trading AMC, that would be great. But the consistent message I got was like, buy and hold or you're a trader, right? Like TRAITOR.
Yeah, and that's fair. But like, if you, see like my Twitter responses and Reddit shit about me, like, I don't think I particularly am in that group. I fight that group. I mean, that's what my whole call with Boss Blunts was about.
Yeah. I'm not singling you out in particular. Like, I have not paid that much attention to you, right? Like, you could fit that claim or not. I haven't paid that much attention. But, like, it's undeniable that there is a lot of people who are like that, right? And that's the culture they created, is the culture of buy and hold, and oops, it was worthless the whole time, right? Like, making money is the point. I bought GameStop because I was reading Wall Street Bets in fucking December 2020 at $18.30 a share, and I made like 1,600% or something. It was great. It was fantastic. And then, like, I left because the money was made, and I didn't become a cultist, right? And that's how it should work. But instead, we've become cultists. So.
Yeah, and like, I don't know if Ben's here anymore, but he seems to know quite a bit about cults, which means he knows it's incredibly difficult to get people out of cults. But even if we have these types of discussions and we can, like, hopefully show the light to a couple people of like, no, like, let's focus on a different aspect rather than just like this fucking insane echo chamber. But I also think that's a function of these big tech algorithms, and people love to get served shit that they already agree with, and if they don't, it's the exact opposite, and it enrages. And like, I think there's so much more in play because this entire play was birthed during the pandemic when people were isolated. Like, there's so many fascinating psychological reasons of how we got from the start to this exact conversation, and we would be here for like days on end, like, kind of taking it all apart.
I was here for days.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I don't know, there's a lot of weird shit that happened during the pandemic. AMC is AMC and the cult following is no exception. There's tons of weird shit. But like, I don't know. It's time to move on from the trades of 2021, go buy a fucking oil company or something.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate your time. What's up, Swin?
Thanks, Matt.
Hey, I'm not sure if you heard anything before I got rugged. Thanks, Elon Musk, for
we
great work you're doing. Okay, all right. Well, thanks for the call, and kind of what I shared was that I think it's amazing that Boss Blunts, I believe last I've heard, maybe this isn't happening anymore, was going to supposedly create a brokerage and an exchange. So it boggles my mind that he might do that with what he was sharing on the call. So I appreciate your patience with him and trying to help out in that regard.
Dude, imagine being his risk department. He's like, yeah, we have a hedge on. I fucking like lose my mind.
Maybe he can hire FTX's hedge department to help him out. So anyway, but yeah, and I also wanted to, in the spirit of everything, wanted to share. Ultimately, you were, I guess, right in the price action. I still hold that, at least when the initial ape came out, the thought process that I had, I think, was sound, in that if you were short ape going into the split, short AMC, you were also short ape. So selling ape at the onset just aided in the ability far as someone to be able to cover that was in that position. So that was kind of my premise of it. Now, should I have? Absolutely. But at the same time, I guess a couple things that I heard on the call earlier that I thought to clarify is that for at least from my understanding, or to get your ideas on, is that, I mean, if there was a magical buyout, not saying there's going to be, but if there was a magical buyout of AMC at this point, as far as I can tell by market close today, it'd be roughly, for every share, in theory, for every share of APE you held, you should receive about $4.43 or something like that. And the same thing for every share of AMC, because that is the combined equity stake of the company, because you have to add up all the shares of AMC, add up all the shares of APE. And I know that it isn't exactly 1-for-1 anymore, but roughly that is about the math for quick and dirty math. Isn't that, basically the way it should work?
I would agree with that. To my understanding from like the legal, I guess, filings and everything, yes, you have the exact same claim. So if it's bought out for 10 billion, you would just divide the 10 billion up among all the AMC plus APE shares.
Okay, and then from that same logic, then, I mean, if someone was new to the table right now and looking at AMC as an investment, which really that's what everybody, I think, should do probably whenever they're about to consider buying a stock, is, even if it is a stock you already own, you should look at any purchases. One, as a new investor, does this purchase make sense for me today? It makes a crap ton of sense to me. If anything, like on something earlier on the call, like I heard people talking about selling their APE to go to AMC. If anything, because of that exact logic that we just talked about, I would think the opposite would, not suggesting that people do it, but the opposite is actually what makes the most sense. Because hypothetically, if you had 1,000 shares of AMC, you could sell that for, I guess, $10,000-ish. I'm not going to do the exact math right now. And you can buy 10,000 shares of APE, and then you'd have 10 times the equity stake in the company right now. Like, if anything, APE, to me, and this kind of combines several of the conversations. I know that, several things that Batman said didn't make sense at all, and several other people, but in net, if you're looking for what is the more valuable, or where could your dollar go the furthest, if your goal is to own as much equity in the AMC corporation as possible, it would be to buy APE today, because it's valued, basically a seventh, almost an eighth of the value of the other. Wouldn't that be right?
From a theoretical perspective, yes.
Yeah, but where's the
you're
market
also
trading
on the
it?
same line of thought as basically these arbiters of long APE and short AMC, because they should be trading at roughly the same value. It is obviously
they
there's a
should
difference
be.
between
That,
theory
I
and
mean, that's
practice, and
garbage,
in
Link.
practice right
That's
now
garbage.
they're wildly different. They are
They
off by
should be doing this. They should be doing
600%
that.
from APE all the
No,
way up to AMC.
they should be doing exactly what the market is doing.
This, from a theoretical perspective, you are right, and that's exactly why apparently,
From a theoretical perspective,
Goldman Sachs is engaging in arbitrage. Same with Jim Chanos. A lot of people are long APE and short AMC, and it's I guess a thought or a case study or a thought process to try to figure out why it's been bucking that trend. But also, I guess with that, for anyone who were to be joining in of like which I should buy, like at first you have to ask yourself that. It's like, okay, I get theoretically why it should go this way. So the next logical question is, well, why the fuck hasn't it? And your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I'm sure there's people who have more in-depth thoughts of why there is that disconnection where it theoretically shouldn't exist. And I think it just really relates to the craziness of what's going on with this. Like this, what was I reading? I was reading this one paper. Maybe someone knows. There is, and he didn't like break the laws of business, but Adam Aron kind of did. And it's just like, I think it's called like the one price theory or something like that. That it's just a statement that when you have two things representing the same thing, you should probably only have one. So right now, like, I think the market's just losing its mind. The fact that there's two distinct things that are allegedly
market is losing its mind over.
And it's just fucking insane.
AMC
And what
and
it
ape?
is, and the reason like we even have it in general, is because way back when there was a proposal for AMC owners, do you want dilution?
Yep.
Can you please authorize extra shares? And just because retail owns the stock and we understand what dilution means, they said no, go fuck yourself. And then what he said was no, go fuck yourself. And he figured out a back way or like a backdoor to dilution. That's what this is. Ape is to dilute the stock to raise money to fight off bankruptcy. So who knows? I mean, obviously, like time is the great equalizer, and maybe with hindsight bias, the best thing to own
Better
at this
issue
point,
$5.5
for all
billion
of
more of
America,
those
would be
fucking ape
AMC
shares.
debt. I don't know. Maybe the bondholders are going to end up being the people
Or
who
maybe
control the
10 billion.
company. I don't know. We'll find out. But to answer your questions, I agree with you theoretically, and I wish I had an answer for you of why in reality it's not playing out that way.
Okay. Yeah. I
Oh,
appreciate
no,
that. And
the
I guess
comment, the
something
comments.
for people to take a look
No,
at
I did
on
not.
the call is to something
I
else
haven't
I
looked at
heard
the comments
speculation about was
in a
about
while.
the borrow rate increasing and the price increasing and what's going on there. I did notice, and feel free for everybody to take a look at this. It looks like the MSCI index is dropping ape and AMC from its holding, which I know not only affects that one basket, but any other basket that might copy and or mirror the MSCI World Basket. So in that process, they would recall their shares, and it could be that they sold off their ape from day one and then aren't recalling that because they basically never decide to hold it because they knew they were going to drop it anyway, and are recalling their AMC shares. Hence the borrow rate going up, because as we know, there's been a high demand for the short of AMC for a long time. So I know that Ortex is worth, basically nothing, but, they've been reporting the quote unquote 100% utilization rate, whether obviously that's not true, but when a large, a large or semi-large fund like that might be dropping AMC, and we saw the same type of price action when we went from Russell 2000 to Russell 1000.
What is the point here?
There's probably some recalling, and that might be what we see. And there's supposedly a rebalance, I think, December 6th. So it'll be interesting to see what happens both with borrow rate.
Nothing will fucking happen. Come on.
After that, because if my theory is right,
more fucking rambling.
After that recall is done and those funds offload their shares,
lay off the motherfucking speed, guys.
AMC may end up going back
less
down.
Adderall.
Who knows what'll happen with ape? Maybe that's where the arb is going on. Maybe there's some arb going on between the options chains of AMC 1 and AMC, and that's what's causing this
like
price
a
suppression.
Goddamn stream of consciousness.
I don't know. That's the only thing that makes sense market mechanic wise as to why these two assets that have the same claim would trade any differently.
Damn.
But that's, who knows, at the end of the day. And appreciate you holding the space and having us talk through stuff and try and figure it out.
I appreciate the input. That's definitely interesting to look into. I'll check that out. But overall, folks, that's it for me. It's getting late. I need to eat some dinner and everything. But for any of you guys, I appreciate all the vibes in here. I appreciate everyone spending even a portion of your evening with me. On your way out, obviously, don't forget to add me on MySpace. It would be much appreciated. And
that's it. That is apparently it. Okay. So, let's see. So we got, let me get this back to, oh, hello there. Let's reset this. Oh, you know what? So yeah, wow, what a call. That was a hell of a conference call. You can talk here if you want to. Bad back, but it's not the same. Lynn, you can too. Fundraising. Doing some fundraising. There we go. I think. All right, so you should be able to hear me there. Bad back. Now, can I hear you? Yeah. Keep talking. Yeah, I got to get you. Okay, now wait a minute. Okay. You there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what a shit show, right?
Man, that guy Boss Blunt. That is hilarious if he thinks he's actually going to have an exchange of his own. He really doesn't understand. Like, part of me thought it was a hustle for him, but I really think he believes the dumb shit he says.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, I don't think he's trying to, I think he is trying to scam people, but I think he really believes like his crackpot theories and just doesn't understand the way the market actually works. Like, they're all under this weird understanding. They think that I don't know, that it's a single entity that they're playing against. You know what I mean? Like
right.
A house. Like,
yeah.
like the casino, because they call it the casino. Like, they're playing against the casino. No, you're playing against the guy next to you.
Right.
You're playing against everyone. They just, oh my God, that's beautiful. It's such a shit show, man. And you know what, Kohrs, in the beginning, he was just like that too. Because the shit he's talking now, it was not what he was talking in the beginning.
No.
He was full-fledged, buy and hold, ride it to the moon, life-changing money, all that bullshit. I think now he's an ape that actually listened and was able to learn how it actually works. And I think now he is the way he said, the way he talks now, it shows that. But in the beginning, he was
right.
the same way.
Yeah.
He made money off the people pushing that bullshit. It's a lot easier to change up when you get a lot of money and you sign a contract with Rumble.
Yep.
To where you got steady income coming in, then you know what I mean? Whereas these other grifters, if they change up, they lose their followers, lose their revenue. So they're still beholden to that bullshit narrative.
Mm-hmm.
But God, these motherfuckers are dumb, man. They're gonna crash and burn. Like, they literally, there is no shorts underwater. Like, they from pre-pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that farce of don't sell because they want your real shares. Who? There is no short. There are no shorts underwater. Like, the shit is single digits.
Oh yeah. I mean, I mean, there've been several videos in the last couple days, last few days, like shorts are losing, millions of dollars every day. Like, oh, really? Like how? Like what? I mean, it's just that basic understanding of short positions versus long positions. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's
I think a main problem is a lot of these so-called apes bought into, okay, this all happened during the pandemic where the whole world was shut down. You didn't have to work. They made it so you didn't have to pay your bills. You know, they put a moratorium on rent, shit like that. Then they gave you free money, and then you put the money in the stock market and couldn't lose because everything was going through the roof.
Right.
So it kind of created like a delusion of grandeur. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these people bought into that narrative of life-changing money. Like they really thought, damn, this is my lottery ticket. I found, so they put all their hopes and dreams, and it's like a life reset button for all their bad decisions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they just have gotten so dependent on it. And I think either they're unwilling to look in the mirror and face reality, or they're just so far gone that they just are not even able to deal with reality. Like the thought of what's actually going on would crush them.
Yeah, like the one girl,
it's really
the one woman that was taught. I don't know if you heard the one woman. I forget her name on that call, and she was kind of the one who said, yeah, you heard it because you commented on it. She said something like, if you really cared about us, you wouldn't mislead us or whatever. Or, you know, her central argument was, well, Matt Kohrs, you're telling us not to trust, you know, Adam Aron and all these influencers, but, you know, we trusted you last year and you misled us. And it's like, yeah, but now you know things now. Like everybody, nobody knew anything what was going on last year, like because it was literally happening. But now you have the benefit of being able to look back and say, "Oh, wow, okay, so they said this, and but it actually was this, and here's how it played out." So you can change the way you look at it. You can change who, you know, your level, how trusting you are of random fucking people online, you know. So yeah, the past is the past. I mean, like I said before, it doesn't, I'm not excusing Matt Kohrs for all the bullshit that he put out last year, but would I prefer that Matt Kohrs, sorry, Matt Coles, would I prefer that Matt Coles would now, like today, be saying what he said on this call, or would I prefer that he would still be fucking lying and grifting and misleading and defrauding people about some fantasy, you know, that deep down inside he obviously knows is fucking false. So, you know what I mean? Like, I prefer not to hear, I prefer Matt Coles just go away and never have to hear from him again. But I would probably prefer that he, you know, it's like, guys, this is crazy. And here's, you know, we're going to talk about it, to just pumping the same fucking bullshit. And
like
so, you know,
any rational human being, when they start on something that they have no experience in, they're going to learn along the way, even by mistake. Like I've been saying, apes, even at the very beginning, you learn by mistake, even if you don't want to.
That's,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
normal
that's the way it's
he's
supposed to
learned
work.
and he's taken in the information and the education along the way, and he's adapted his views around that.
Yep. And in that sense, Matt Kohrs, I'll say his name right. Matt Kohrs is a positive example for what the apes should be doing. They should be questioning the shit, and they should be changing the way they look at it. That doesn't mean they have to look at it the same way that he does, or that, you know, whatever.
And what's funny about this is he said, like, he used an example. He said Trey cashed out options and made money, and everybody was mad at him. But my thinking was, that a regular guy was able to beat the options chain and make a shit ton of life-changing money. That's awesome. We won. The problem is, in that community, if the motherfucker ain't the one that won, they're not going to be happy. You understand? So even if, like, it did mow ass and 50% of the apes were able to fucking get life-changing money, and the other ones were bag holders, and they would, the ones that were bag holders would be screaming, "You sell out, you sell," you know what I mean? No one would, you're not going to get happy unless they're the ones. It's funny, it's a group mentality, supposedly. Hold for me, hold for your, you know, your neighbor, all this shit.
Right.
But they're very selfish when it comes to what they want to happen. They're not happy if it change. They want the money.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's mind-boggling, man. These people are going to lose their money, and you see it now. Like that lady, for instance, she's kind of putting the pieces together. Like, we trusted you, but why can't we? You know what I mean? But she's just not
right
there yet.
it's there. Yeah,
It's a
few
it's
leaps.
like yeah, they don't want to take that last step, because that last step would
that one
ruin
hurts.
their fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And another thing
Some of
about
these
the
people have lost a shit ton.
oh yeah, another thing about the like Trey selling options or whatever. I mean, I could see both sides of it, but the problem that I have, that I had and have with that is when these clowns are saying one thing publicly, but
Yeah.
doing something else privately. And
Yeah, he didn't tell anybody
obviously,
he made money
he
until it
didn't
was
tell
over.
anybody. He disclosed it in a fucking interview on Benzinga. That's how I found out about it. So, like, that to me is underhanded. That's I mean, and obviously that kind of shit goes on probably more than we would like to know about, who's doing what and whatever else. But um, at the end of the day, that's why I don't want to ever do anything like that, because I prefer I don't want people to know what I'm doing, you know.
Right.
So I'm also not going to like make suggestions and talk anything up, because at the end of the day, it's everybody's choice. What decisions they're going to make. I don't want to influence that in any way
It's a conflict
specifically.
of interest.
It's a conflict
Even
of
the
interest,
person
and
with
it's
the
just
most pure intentions,
right.
if he sits back and he knows if he says one thing, that it's going to create his followers to do something that could potentially cost him money,
Sure.
he has an incentive to keep the veil up, and so to speak. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's
Right.
like
Well, and the flip side of that, of course, is he's publicly saying all this super bullish stuff, which helps his position. It
right.
directly pumps the underlying stock that he has options on, which is where it gets
And using his
into
followers
potential
for exit
fraud.
liquidity.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And in my mind, it does get into potential securities fraud, because
Yeah.
that's basically pump and dump.
And the one thing I was hoping they call me, let me speak, because I'm tired of hearing manipulation from the apes. Oh, manipulation. Apes and retail have gotten away with unprecedented manipulation since the pandemic. Not only in AMC, but other stocks as well. There's GTII, there's COSM, GameStop. They're allowed to congregate in Twitter calls, Reddit boards, Twitter, um, and devise plans with large groups of holding. They might, quote unquote, not dictate like buy dates when we're all going to buy and shit, but the underlying theme is the same.
But they have.
They're don't
They
sell.
have done
Don't
that.
Yeah, they have before.
Yeah.
But they're slick now. They say don't sell. You're still influencing a group of people to manipulate a stock. And not one SEC, federal, not even the media don't even give them shit about it. They've been able to do it consequence free.
And
I'm tired of hearing
not
them
only
cry about it.
not only did the media not call him out on it, but the media hailed it. Some of the media, like Charles Payne, he's the biggest one, but Jim Cramer did a little bit, and others. But Charles Payne was the big proponent of, and Tucker Carlson even jumped on it too, as we've seen New York Angelo bring that clip from almost 2 years ago back twice now in the last 2 weeks. But anyway, they said, oh, it's the Reddit revolution. It's the little guy, fighting back against Wall Street, and it just encouraged them even more.
Yeah.
Just encouraged them
And
even more.
they haven't. Their punishment is just reality. Like, it didn't work. You know what I mean? Because you're not. I don't care what they said, and that bullshit retail isn't selling. Don't let their stop. Motherfuckers have sold. They continue to sell.
Yeah,
and
sure.
they don't say anything because they're demonized if they
Right.
do admit to it. You know
They're
what I mean?
demonized for just
So
asking a question about it. What do you think would happen if they said that they
right.
sold it? So, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're not even demonized for having an alternate view or any type of disagreement. You're demonized if you question their view.
Mm-hmm.
Like how you seen in that call, Boss Blunts, he couldn't stand up to the criticism. He just
like
ranted
yeah.
like a 5-year-old, and then I'm taking my ball and going home. Bye. You know,
Yeah, you know
no
what?
chance for rebuttal.
Let's listen to a little bit of the beginning where let's listen to a little bit of the Boss Blunts part because I know there's some
Yeah,
people
because I
here.
missed the beginning. I came in
I didn't
right
have the
towards the
beginning.
end.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long he was on there, but we'll see here. So this is from the beginning of my stream, which is like towards the end of Boss Blunt's actually being on the call. But here we
And
go.
these alternative trading systems are suppressing price action. They can be held there for a long time. A long time.
Can be held there. It hits.
Do you not know the way that do you not know the way that a dark pool works?
I
apparently not.
Very much more informed apparently than you. Okay, first of all, you said retail can't. You just said retail can't trade on dark pools. We can trade on dark pools.
Retail does not place orders or trade there through dark pools. We don't get to choose where our shit goes. Plain and simple. It goes to the alternative trading system.
Dark pool routing right now. Yes, retail can trade on dark pools.
What did you talk
You were
about?
wrong. 100%, without a doubt.
All right, you're looking at semantics here. You're looking at semantics here. When you place an order, unless you have to route your order. You have to route your order specifically. There's semantics here. We can't go over there and be like, okay, I'm going to buy 1 million shares on the dark pool from this person at this price. But institutions can. Institutions can. You can't buy 1 million shares from me. You can buy them on.
So yeah.
See how he changed his position? You can't do it. And then when he's confronted with the actual truth, well, your semantics. No, you fucking.
Oh, it gets better. It gets better too.
Information, like
it gets so much better
on any exchange, whether it's a lit market or a dark pool. But you can't buy them from me. But an institution can do that on a dark pool.
I mean, yeah, there are private only dark pools that some people like.
Exactly. Yes. On. You just said yes. You want to pretend like I don't know what I'm talking about here, but the matter of fact is you just agreed with me.
You just said dark pool can't trade on dark pools. You just said that.
Okay, let's put it this way. Retail can trade on dark pools, but they can't choose who or what price exactly at the same time. So even though we can choose our price, I can't say I want to buy 1 million shares of this for this price from.
When has that ever been an argument that was relevant? Like you don't trade directly with anybody. Trades go through the DTCC. You literally get assigned randomly. Like you don't know where the actual shares are coming from. There's just buy orders that are coming in and sell orders that are coming in that are matched. So, I mean, I don't even know what he's talking about or why this is relevant at all. Nobody never like, oh, so hedge funds, institutions and hedge funds can choose who they want to buy from. So that's like, how is that related to any of this? I don't know. He's grasping,
He's grasping. And he misses the point that every trade that is closed, as soon as it's closed, is instantaneously reported to the lit market. The only thing you don't see is level 2 data
for pending orders, pending limit orders that have been submitted.
Yeah, as soon as that trade is completed, well, it doesn't suppress price action. Like, oh
yeah,
man,
he gets
they
into.
Just want to come up with these conspiracies, and then what happens is when they first come up with the conspiracy, they don't know anything about what they're talking about, right?
Nothing.
So crazy. But as they learn more about what they're talking about, they still got to have their conspiracy. So they start to fit their conspiracy around. You know what I mean? It's kind of, I don't know how to explain it, but
no, it has to somehow conform. It has to. They have already, they have a fucking round hole. They have a round hole and they have, here comes a square peg, got to fit that through. Okay, now we learned we got a triangular peg, got to force that through, you know, and every other shape, it somehow has to squeeze through this thing that they already believe. So they already believe the conclusion. They're not open. It's not like they have evidence and it leads to a conclusion and then the evidence changes or discover something new.
Yeah, they've got the conclusion and they're trying to find the evidence that will fit their conclusion.
Exactly. And that's completely the opposite of any type of evidence-based approach. You know, like you should be looking for whatever it is, you know, where are the facts leading us? And then let's do that. Let's, you know, okay, the market is bearish. So I think, you know, my indicators show me that we're, you know, continuing to be bearish. Okay, so I'm going to set up for that trade, for example, or it's bullish. So I'm going to set up for that trade. What does the evidence show? You know, and not like, oh, I'm bullish. I know that it's down. I know that it's down and it's in a downtrend. It's below every moving average possible. But I'm bullish, so I'm buying. Yeah, I mean that's basically what happened here.
They're 2 years and 90% into this thing, and they haven't wised up one bit. And this bullshit where they say you don't lose anything until you sell is a farce, man. If they can't understand that a stock is it loses value, and when it loses value, aka you're losing money.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I don't understand how they can't.
And since
they can't.
Since it is
it's an asset. It loses and gains value.
Right.
Just because you still own it and haven't sold it doesn't mean the value lost or gained isn't there.
Right, because we have a highly liquid market. You can at any point you can exchange your shares for cash in a liquid market with a very tight bid-ask spread. What, you know, so yeah, effectively whatever the price is showing right now, that's it. Like,
yeah.
What else I mean, anyway, okay. I'm gonna continue on boss here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Matt Kohrs. I can buy them, but they'll go through whoever the hell they want. They'll go through whatever dark pool or alternative trading system that they want. And we don't get to decide who we buy them from, where institutions can, period.
In a private dark pool, that scenario might exist.
Exactly. And there's a shitload of private dark pools, right? The fact of the matter is that dark pools suppress price action.
How many dark pools do you think that there are?
There are a lot of dark pools.
Yeah, no, how many? Like obviously you've studied this quite a bit and you've talked to a lot of experts. Give me a roundabout number.
There are a ton of dark pools.
Yeah, no, how many? So like a ton, like 2,000? Like
there are hundreds of dark pools.
You think there's hundreds of dark pools?
I know there are hundreds of dark pools.
You know there's hundreds of dark pools?
Yes, absolutely.
As you knew that retail couldn't trade on dark pools.
Retail can't trade on dark pools directly from another investor.
What?
You can't buy as a retail directly from another retailer on a dark pool the way that an institution can buy from another institution on a dark pool. A lot of these broker dealers have their own alternative trading systems, a lot of them. And then there are a lot of dark pools as well that they can also trade in.
What does that have to do with any of this?
The fact is that it proves the fact that it proves my point here. A dark pool institution can purchase shares from another institution on a dark pool or an alternative trading system. Retail cannot purchase directly from another retailer or institution on another dark pool. You don't get to choose who you buy it from.
Like, how many times does he have to say that? He's literally a robot. You know, like
unless he's trying to say in some conspiratorial way that since two institutions can directly trade with each other, they can say, okay, the price is $15. I want to buy it from you for $13 so we can drop the price, aka short ladder attacking. and maybe that would manipulate the price, but they're losing money if they do that. Who's going to, they're competitors. Why are they going to both, why are you going to lose money to your competitor?
No, yeah.
And why would you trust your competitor to lose money back to you to make it even? Like, it don't make no fucking sense.
It makes no sense. And when do you see, the stock literally gap down like $2 at a time? Like I mean, it makes no sense. That's not how it works. It like
Right.
it makes no sense.
He really is grasping at anything that he can find.
Anything he can
That
find.
institutions can do that retail can't, and he'll just twist that into, well, we're not allowed to do that. Well, it
Right,
don't
except for
affect anything.
Except for the obvious thing,
Retail,
which
for
is
one, ain't going to be able to go in the dark pool and purchase the amount. The average retailer aren't going to be able to purchase the amount of shares in the blocks that are sold. So why would they get in the dark? It's just, I don't know.
Right. I mean, those type of dark pools, but the problem is that, dark pool also has the connotation meaning of the like the off exchange over the counter style dark pool, which is basically Citadel and Virtu, and those, it's really the same thing if you think about it. It's it's I mean, we call them market makers, right? I mean, that's what they call them because they're providing liquidity. But at the end of the day, they're a trading firm. They're just trading. You know, they existed to be the other side of a trade, uh, because they have a lot of capital, and they have a lot of collateral they can use, and they can, they have an exemption that allows them to, provide liquidity and yada yada yada. But at the end of the day, you know, yeah, it's the same thing. It's you can't see Citadel's order book. You can't see Citadel's, like what they have on the order book. But I think Matt mentions it in a little bit, but uh, it's still at the national best bid and offer. It's still at the NBBO. You can see that printed on the tape on the transaction. Every transaction, it tells
Right,
you
you get to see what the
the price.
transaction was for. It isn't like they're hiding
No,
the
and
actual
no,
end
right.
result of the transaction, so you know what they bought it for.
That print on the transaction on the time and sales, it tells you the price it was executed at, and it tells you what the bid price was, and it tells you what the ask price was at the time that your trade was executed, and it tells you the bid size. So how many shares were available at the bid, how many shares were available at the ask for each transaction on the tape. So you can see all that, and I mean, yeah, sometimes, a lot of the times, on those uh, dark pool, market maker, broker, internalizer, Citadel trades, whatever, you can see that they're off exchange, and you can see that most of the time, price they're executed at is it's like in the middle. It's in the middle of the bid and ask. So if it's 2 cents, it's at 1 cent or whatever in between. On
And you
Fidelity,
mean to tell me
they show up
if
white in the
Boss
time and
Blunt,
sales. Mm-hmm.
yeah, you mean to tell me if Boss Blunt is trying to create his own exchange, that he would not take advantage of dark pools to execute trades? I mean,
Well, here's the other thing about it, and that's what I'm getting at with the crossing the spread on the or hitting the midpoint on the trade execution price, is that and maybe it's different now, but I mean traditionally, or at least before, maybe before the meme stock era, but earlier in the Robinhood era, I guess, the exchanges wouldn't, you basically, you're at the bid or the ask, and the off exchange, like Citadel, is the ones that came in and started doing price improvement, like as part of what they offer to their customers, to get you a slightly better execution price rather than, paying the ask price. You could pay like half a penny or a penny less. And really at the end of the day, that is a benefit, because yeah, you want to buy at the best price that you can. If you can buy at a price that's slightly better than the price that they're legally obliged to sell it to you at, right? Then that should be seen as a positive. And there's as much liquidity as you need for anybody to buy or sell whatever they want to buy at slightly improved prices. Like, that's one of the benefits. It's a benefit, actually. And it's just like, if you're focused on how your trade is supposedly going to impact the market, or a group of retail investors trading like in a collusive manner, how that's going to move the price, like locally or like intraday or whatever. It seems like that's completely the wrong angle to look at it from. That's not really, you can't control that. So
right,
there was the illusion, or maybe it was actually true, last year when there was all that stimulus money that you were talking about and all that stuff. There was a lot more money that retail could throw around. But what I was going to say this earlier too, and he's talking about any way that you said, he's grasping for any way that he can try to show that institutions have this unfair advantage, or that they can do things that retail can't or whatever. But he's missing the big obvious one. The institutions, Wall Street, has a lot more fucking capital still. Like, even like now, when retail investors have jack shit, Wall Street still has their massive amount of capital that they can deploy. And I hate to say they, but institutions and funds, there's that's, I mean, if you think about it, watch like the buy or the NASDAQ, the QQQ, anything like that, and just watch the price action, and how many shares are trading at any given time. It's a massive amount to move the market, like especially the way that we've seen it lately with this volatility. It's a massive amount of money that's being moved around every second. That's
the market.
You want to talk advantage. You want to talk advantage. That's the advantage. You'll never have it. Focusing on it is the wrong fucking way. It's the wrong way. Like,
you got to
have to use that motion. You have to turn it. Yeah, you have to like a martial art move. You have to use you have to use that momentum that was created and managed by Wall Street institutions. You have to,
what they say, the trend is your friend.
Yeah. Yeah. Until it's the end.
He's just totally wrapped up in his conspiracy shit. Maybe he doesn't talk to a lot of people, and he really sounds like a mentally unstable person.
Yeah. Well, here, let's keep going, because yeah, I mean, I think that you'll be proven pretty to be pretty accurate in that call.
Well,
whereas institutions
they
can.
just set it up.
Yes,
where,
they can.
Like, they know that there's another play, but we're getting off the point. This has like nothing to do with the point of this conversation. Besides, dark pools have a material impact on price. We know how many was traded on them. We know the price that the trade went through at. That is all available. The only thing that a dark pool has opaque about it is sitting buy orders and sitting sell orders that are not fulfilled. That is the only thing that occurs on a dark pool that is not publicly available. That's why it's called a dark pool. Whatever you're talking about of shares like sitting there for a little bit, that sounds like a made-up boogeyman story. Every single trade in the US market is on a T2 settlement system. It does not matter if it's on a lit exchange. It doesn't matter if it's on a dark pool. It doesn't matter if it's with an internalizer. Every single trade is on a T2 system for settlement.
Shares in a dark pool can be held for up to 28 days, I believe it is, before they're actually pushed through onto the market. They can choose and pick and choose when they want to push these shares through onto the market. They don't have to go through the moment that you put an order in. Period.
What do you mean to the market?
You really don't know that? That's sad, man.
Saying
That's
does
sad.
not make sense.
I can't believe it. It does make perfect sense. You're just not educated enough to understand that. That I can't help you with.
Yeah.
But the fact.
Yep. Go ahead.
Right. This is what he's saying. He's saying by the dark pool, by the institution being able to leave those shares parked in the dark pool and not immediately close on them is manipulating price, because if they were forced to close at that specific time, whatever that price is, could influence the overall, I guess, price of the stock. But what he fails to realize is they're the settlement. They don't have to. They're buying from you and providing you that instant liquidity.
Right.
They only have to go to the market when they are trying to get, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain this. Because market makers are just trying to have a net zero advantage.
Yes.
They're just trying to make their money on the bid ask. Right.
Right. They're not taking on a position. They're not taking on a position.
So they're not going to immediately sell or buy. You know what I mean? Because they're until it's necessary for them to maintain, to get back to their zero position.
Right.
He's trying to say that by them leaving the shares there, if it's at 15, if they were to instantaneously have to settle them, then it would be different than if they just held them for 28 days and the price is now $12. But it doesn't matter, because the end result is that fucking box of shares still got sold, and they were bought from you because they own them. So they own them. They don't have to sell their position until they want to.
Right. And
you understand?
And the only reason that they have a position is they have that position that you either added or took away from, is because at that moment, and whatever period of time they assess their, neutrality. I don't think it's instantaneously. It might be hourly or whatever. I mean, I've heard different ways that they do it, but in any case, at that given moment of time, in order for them to be net neutral, that's what they have. They either have a short position on it or they have a long position on it, and they have a long position on it, and then they sell, and then once it gets to a certain point, they might whatever buy or sell to maintain neutrality based on what the market has done.
And by them
but
being able to do that,
mm-hmm.
that you as a trader, as a retail person, get instantaneous settlement. Otherwise, you would have to fucking wait.
Well,
on the market until it gets matched up. Boom, boom. You know what I mean?
Right, and that's continuous
they don't
net settlement.
understand that fact.
Right, and
yeah,
that's
this is just
positive.
an evolution of the digitalized market. Like that's just how it's evolved.
Right, and it's
fucking idiots, man.
Right,
they look for conspiracy in every little fucking thing.
And it speaks to the well, I don't know the term. I don't think. I want to say fungibility or non-fungibility or something like that. But the idea that it's like money. It's more like, shares of stock are more like money or currency than like a physical product. Right. So,
like how you can transfer money to Cash App. You
right.
don't need the physical actual $100 in your hand. I can send it electronically.
Right. It's an asset.
Because that
it's equity.
Has the
it represents equity. Right. And that equity
right.
can be used, like if you own a house, for example, and you've paid in a certain amount on your mortgage and you've built up equity, then you can use that as collateral to borrow money, for example, like on a home equity line of credit. So that's another example of this, like this idea. It's like, yeah, it represents a stake or whatever in something. So it can be leveraged, it can be used as something other than the primary position itself. In other words, it could also be lent or borrowed, and then another third party can do whatever they please with it, or including selling it, and
it's like they want to go back in time to when the market first was created, and it's paper share this, paper share that, and physically handle it.
Right.
It's like it don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? They're derivatives now. There's
shit hasn't worked like that since the 70s. I mean, it literally hasn't worked that way since the 70s.
Never even a part of.
Right.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling, man. It's like
basically
and then they talk about blockchain and all this shit, and it's like, you fucking retarded. That's, you don't even can't even accept digitized trades, and you're talking about blockchain. Jesus Christ, they would go insane.
Right. Yeah. It's still very much a well, it's just it's a patchwork quilt of systems at this point. Like it's it's a fragmented, there's like 16 exchanges, in different locations, and there's, it's very odd, because it was whatever it was, and then this technology came out, and then these ECNs came out, the electronic trading communication networks, whatever, and it's an evolution. It's like gotten to this point, whereas saying, okay, we're gonna like redefine everything, we're gonna redesign everything to be on a blockchain system, completely different system, and we're going to design it, to be fully functional, and it's going to be this new solution. Like, that's not really, I don't see that happening, because of the evolution that it's taken, and on some level, and high frequency trading plays into this too. All these things, ideally are driving towards more efficiency, greater speed, more liquidity.
Right.
The ability to trade what you want, when you want, for the price you want.
And the problem is that it's like you almost and trying to explain this to them, it's almost like they're incompetent. It's just they don't have the ability to learn. It's like, remember in high school,
God,
the motherfucker in 12th grade that was still taking general math. You know what I mean? Like, they just don't have that ability. You look at, how can't you do it, simple addition, subtraction, fractions? Some people just don't have that ability to learn on certain subjects. You know what I mean? And the market's not going to adapt to that. It's either going to get down or lay down. It's going to roll over you.
Yeah, you're going to be steamrolled. That's exactly what I was going to say. But yeah, okay, let's keep going with Boss here. I wanted the other guy to get in here too. That the next fucking clown. Oh my God, he was obnoxious as fuck. Anyway,
let's go back to it. Oh my God. The fact of the matter is, it says here that upon the occurrence of a reorganization event,
now we're getting into all this.
Each share of preferred stock outstanding immediately prior to, with any consolidation, merger, or conversion of the corporation.
I'll let him read through it once.
The common stock
to
which the common stock will be converted into cash, securities,
like,
or other property. Any sale, transfer, lease, or conveyance to another person of all or substantially of all of the consolidated assets of the corporation and subsidiaries taken as a whole in each case will be converted into cash, securities, or other common stock. So the fact of the matter is, any buyout, merger, or reorganization of the company whatsoever will lead to a recall, because the reorganization event would cause that.
That jump right there, like, it will lead to
a jump.
Recall.
It is a recall. That's what it says right there. It says it right there on section 7.
Does it say the word recall?
It says automatically convert.
Yes or no?
Do you know what automatically convert means, Matt? Like, are you smart enough to understand that? Automatically convert into the types of amounts.
It doesn't mean it converts to AMC.
You're right. It converts into whatever. So if Disney buys out AMC, then those ape shares would automatically convert into Disney. Therefore, shorts would have to close their positions on ape. That's it, man. There's nothing else to it.
You're changing your argument before you started.
No, I'm not. That's exactly what I've been saying this whole time.
Your thesis was that ape would get recalled into AMC and thus force the shorts to cover. That's what you said.
Yeah, there are multiple ways, whether it's a consolidation or a merger or a conversion. Whether it's a consolidation, then they would be recalled into AMC. If there's a merger, they could be recalled into Disney. If there's another merger from AMC buying merging with Odeon, then APE could be converted back in AMC if they end up being the parent company. That's it. Those are facts. Right there, page 13 of the AMC preferred equity unit dividend on the SEC filing. Page 13, section 7, adjustments. Says it clear as day. You don't got to be an attorney to figure it out.
Dude, this is from the same person who thought that Adam, Aaron, and the leadership team could just push APE back into AMC if they wanted. So, like,
so because I wasn't looking at the filing at the very moment, which I am, by the way, and I admitted, okay, you're right. So they would be able to, convert it back in AMC. All they would have to do is run it through retail for a vote. Yeah, that's not so hard.
Okay.
In addition, it says here, you don't need to go look it up, but if you want to, it's on page 13 right there, clear as day, section 7 adjustments.
All right, I vehemently disagree with you, but let's say you're right, just to move this forward.
I am right. It says it right there. On section 7, page 13.
It's going to be recalled into AMC.
You're right. It says automatically convert. Do you know what automatically convert means? Do you want me to get a dictionary and a thesaurus out for you?
Or into the stock that it is like broke, whatever the deal is.
Exactly. And if APE is converted into Disney, then automatically APE would cease to exist, right? There are over 50 dark pools in the United States, right, alone, not even counting alternative trading systems. They're all dark pools. An alternative trading system is a dark pool, right? There are hundreds of them. So
literally ATS means dark pool. That's just like the colloquial name for it.
Exactly. There are hundreds of dark pools available, right? And 50 dark pools alone, not including alternative trading systems, just in the United States.
Make this? Weren't you just talking about it getting merged into Disney? What kind of jump did you just make?
What do you mean? We're talking about dark pools and AMC and APE and anything. It doesn't have to be Disney. Okay. There's anything that it could be merged.
Okay.
If AMC merges with Odeon, which is one of their subsidiaries, a reorganization would quote automatically convert into the types and amounts of securities. And
so he just repeats. He loves to repeat that fucking passage.
So he just talks over people and jumps from.
That
like.
Talking point. Yep.
And what is this if APE gets converted to Disney? If your aunt had a dick, she would be your uncle. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen. Like, what the fuck? Disney, think anybody would want to touch AMC's toxic fucking debt?
If Disney buys AMC, then APE shares can convert to Disney shares. Oh, okay.
That's great, but it'll never fucking happen. So what are you fucking talking about?
Right, or if
what is this fascinate shorts are going to have to close their position? You don't think they've been doing this whenever it? Oh my god!
Right.
What do they think the little runs of price are? You think all of a sudden the apes that got a paycheck that day and decided to buy all at once? No, it's fucking derivatives being closed. And then when they get shorted back down, new derivatives are being opened.
Right.
Go ahead. I'll go on for.
I just skipped ahead a little bit here. See where we're at.
Okay, Skycam, are you around?
What's going on, Kohrs?
Hey,
Wait, I went too far. We got to hear bosses.
The
rage quit.
1,516,000,000 shares.
Oh shit, too far still.
This is a quantitative thing. This is not a game of emotions of I believe this will happen.
Get up, but if you want to, it's on page 13 right there. Clear as day, section 7 adjustments.
Let's see here.
Merge with Odeon.
The guy doesn't know what dark pools are for.
If that's into anything, they can convert, automatically convert them into Disney. They can automatically convert them into AMC. They can automatically convert them into Odeon or any other sort of lease or conveyance.
It would not.
Yes, they can.
No,
if AMC is the parent company and they decide to merge with Odeon, for example, then all of a sudden AMC is the parent company. Odeon shares and APE shares would convert into AMC. That's a recall, my friend.
No, it isn't.
All right, we're going to have to agree to disagree. All right, okay, yeah, it's on the 8K, page 13, everybody. Go read it for yourself, section 7. Have a great day, Matt. I'm done with your ignorance. Have a great day, my friend.
You're literally just going to drop now?
That's it.
All right.
He's out.
A little bit of a bitch move, if you ask me.
Of course, call him a bitch.
I don't know. The guy doesn't know what hedging is. The guy doesn't know what dark pools are for. He really didn't know what hedging was? Like, that's insane, right? Like, am I crazy? 2 decades of fucking trading and you don't know what hedging is?
Okay, so.
Yeah, I hedge my calls by buying stock. Dude, that motherfucker.
Okay.
Him and
Oh, you
Casey
make
Shaw must have
money
started
in the
trading at the
fucking
same
market.
time.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear somebody reference Casey Shaw? I think it was I forget who it was. Like, he was trying to prove his little, trying to assert his little theory, whatever it was. This guy,
Right.
he's trying to, and he
It's so
says,
funny that there's
I've looked. Maybe
different
it was Boss.
factions.
It might have been Boss. But he might have been the one that said, "Oh yeah, I had many smart people look at this." Casey Shaw looked at it like,
Are
"Oh,
you
okay."
kidding me? You're kidding me. You did not reference
Somebody
Casey
did.
Shaw as the
Somebody did on this stream. I was surprised. I can't remember if it was Boss
wow.
once or if it was one of the other ones. I was like, "Oh my God." I might have even said something in the chat actually, but I
These
can't go
people
back that
over
far.
exaggerate. It's delusions of grandeur, man. Like they
Yeah.
believe.
Well,
There's no way you have 20 years trading experience and are this uneducated about the simple workings of a fucking stock, of
right,
what a
or the
stock is,
basic
what a trade is.
strategies, the most basic of
Yeah.
strategies, Yeah.
One
Okay.
point, it's funny.
Like,
The memes are there.
I mean, I want to.
We crossed the line to being a fucking.
Okay, Matt
Try to go real quick.
has a.
Brandon, what's up, dude? We're here. I'll do a couple.
I don't know.
People said to sell off. Oh, man.
All right.
I don't know what the fuck I just did. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I just got a question, man. I'm gonna try and keep it simple because it seems like everybody's got all these technical like things that you can interpret wrong. But let's just say people said to sell off ape, at the beginning, like Roach Capital was like, hey, I'm gonna dump my ape, I'm gonna put it all in AMC, right? So there's 516 million AMC stocks, right?
God
And then
damn.
essentially there was 1 billion ape,
Jesus.
516 million that was a match to the AMC,
That's me
and then there was
talking
the
on the
additional
original stream.
480 something million shares of ape, right? So if 75% of people sold off ape, right, that would be 387 million shares, right?
Jesus fuck.
And then they were able to do at the market offering and purchase all the rest of the ape from Aron, right? That would give them approximately 803 million of the 1,516,000,000 shares, which means that it could be brought to a vote and they could vote to convert all the ape into AMC and then cover their short positions and the play would be dead. I feel like selling ape can ultimately give the shorts the ability to cover their shorts if we
do they
get
not think
let
they
go of
have
ape. And
covered?
that's what I wanted to see what your opinion was on it.
So ape shorts and AMC shorts would be two distinct shorts. Like though, like you would either have an AMC short position, an ape.
Yeah, so you have that.
Yeah, they're two separate. They're not. One isn't mutually exclusive to
They're
the
not
other.
connected in any way. In other words, like they're not connected. Like if one goes up, the other one goes down, or anything like that, or they're tied together, except for the existing options that existed, right? Before the
Pre-dividend.
right, pre-dividend that were held when on the ex-dividend date, I guess, meaning that they, those holders, option holders, they're non-standard options that entitle the holder to ape or AMC and ape because they would have been issued the dividend if they exercise those shares anyway. So, but yeah, I mean, it's this guy's trying to make some kind of like, Weird ass.
He's really trying, isn't he?
Yeah, but it's not. That's not even the worst.
I guarantee he didn't put that much effort or thought into schooling.
Yeah,
fight. I wish it would have been a lot sooner, but we all were in this fight a while ago, and because it's taken a little bit longer than what we like, we all want to move on. I don't really agree with people they should take some of their money and start using the knowledge that they learned and invest on new things and start making some progress, so you kind of have some sunnier days, I guess, but I'm not letting go of my bag. I'm in it. I don't know what everyone's going to do, but I think we just got to hold on to ape. I think it's got to be protected. I think people that say ape's worthless and stuff like that, people get all of them. If they get all the ape that we got and then they go with a nice offer to get AMC out of debt, they can buy more voting power than us and convert it to AMC, and they can cover their shorts. Maybe I'm wrong.
At the current price to get them out of debt. Right?
No, I mean, that's why I said they would need to issue like 6 to 10 billion more ape in order to raise enough cash to pay off the debt at these prices.
And that would make AMC
sub
a penny
$1
stock at that point.
Yeah.
These people are so fucking gone, man.
So we heard that guy, and let me find the other guy. Oh my God, next guy's.
I'm asking about fair value. Actually, I guess I should say.
See, I don't know if
it's because I also.
This guy's.
I don't know what everyone's gonna do. There's a lot of other people got their hands up, and I don't really got any more than that.
All right, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, man. Have a good one. Bitcoin. Or Batman, you unmuted yourself.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Give me a second, I'm working. After I'm done, I'm gonna jump in.
All right, Bitcoin, you around? Okay, Skycam, are you around?
Skycam.
What's going on, Kohrs?
Hey, what's going on?
I just want to say that you held yourself incredibly well there, so kudos to you, first and foremost. I do want to say that. So my question is on a fair value basis. And this is a genuine question. So full transparency, I sold all of my ape on IPO. I bought back in based off a TA premise. The runway wasn't very long, so shame on me type of thing, right? So I bought in, saw the pop happen. What was that? 1024 up to 281, right? Saw a little bit of a recovery. So I bought in right around like 150 when it came back down as like the first level of support to look at in regards to TA. Again, small runway to make that decision, but I took the risk, what have you. Now I'm looking at it from more of a fair value perspective. So I'm doing it with the understanding that, hey, 425 million shares will be diluted, correct? So on that premise, just on like a simple napkin math, I'm not going to get into decimal points here. On that simple premise, on like a 2-to-1 basis, what do you say to people that, say it's AMC's trading at $7.50, ape therefore should be fair value based on current AMC price of 375s. Let's not look at this from a derivatives perspective, because I also understand, AMC has the ability to gamma as well. So just on that fair premise, like what's your feeling on that? What do you say to that?
I don't want to speak out of hand, like a classic fundamental breakdown. I mean, I know right now, the last time I checked it, AMC is trading at a PE of over 100, which is like equivalent to like a tech startup. That's not good. There's a good chance that AMC should have a PE like honestly like even 20 would be kind of high. And like the biggest issue with them right now, from like if we're just
I put the thing in the
Okay. Let me at least get to this other guy.
Worth it at $1, $1. Of course you're gonna be worth.
Yeah, this guy.
Value, not quite right. Not quite right. It is a 1-to-1 dividend, right? And we all agree with that.
Wait, Kim. I actually want to say that I'm kind of in alignment with you here. Obviously, when anything hits the market, it's up to the market collective to decide.
100%.
But if we just look at this as the game of theory, right now, there was a slight dilution of ape, so that complicates the matter.
Right.
But let's just pretend there wasn't. Let's just, for the sake of this conversation, when it was perfectly duplicated, every single share of AMC, every single share of ape had the same legal and financial claim to the company. And that's exactly why a lot of these big Wall Street guys, when they saw that there was a difference, that's why Jim Chanos right now is short AMC and long ape. Because to him, he's looking at the same legal and financial claim, they should be trading at some sort of parity. It's a fair question to ask, why are they not? And that's honestly the $1 million question.
That's why I'm being critical of it. Yeah.
That's definitely the $1 million question, and I wish I knew the answer to it, but it comes down just to the market collective. For whatever reason, people are more optimistic and bullish on AMC than ape.
I agree with that. Overall sentiment, right? The other thing I do want to know,
they both comprise the AMC equity.
I can actually see those end of day numbers.
Okay. After, okay, David versus Goliath.
So that's what Skycam sounds like.
Apparently. Hey, Shadow Stars, how's it going?
Good, man. How you been?
All right. What do you think about all this?
I didn't even know this whole whatever space thing was Twitter space was occurring with Boss and whatnot. And so I just hopped on the last 30 minutes, but Jesus Christ, how much more hopium do these folks need?
Yeah, so I started streaming earlier, and then we were just listening back to some of the beginning part a little bit.
Shit, I thought that was a Twitter call.
Well, yeah. No, it's not. It's Shadow Stars there.
You missed a good one, Shadow.
I don't think they really covered much that was educational, so I'm glad I spent some time.
There's never anything educational.
So Shadow Stars, you've been doing a lot of research on the or a lot of just analysis on the earnings and the revenue figures. But you mentioned something earlier this evening or afternoon, I believe, about the Black Panther numbers, from, I forget exactly when it was from, but it was like $625 per theater. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah. I pulled up the Monday and Tuesday figures for Black Panther. They did, what was it? Crap. Hold on, I'm pulling it up right now. They did 2.68 million total gross domestic box office wise across 4,290 theaters. So that comes out to about 620. Was it 625, 628, whatever it was?
Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to find it here but yeah, that was for Monday.
Tuesday. And Monday was even slower than that. And mind you, that 4,290. If that movie theater figure is correct from Box Office Mojo, AMC. Remember, AMC they have less than 600 theaters, if I recall correctly, off their 10Q. They have less than 600 movie theaters in all of the U.S.
Is that
so? They're getting only a portion of that 4,290.
Is that 4,290? Is that number of screens? Or
no, that's actual theaters. Screens. AMC alone has 10,000 plus screens.
Okay, so that's actual multiplex cinema locations, basically.
Yeah.
The 4,290, and then All right. And those,
So, even if you give it the best figures, let's say AMC owns half of all those screens, and I'm sure there's a skewing of some of the more populated areas have better showings, and some of the less populated areas have no one going to the movie theaters. They would still have grossed, if you look at just total box office gross for all of Tuesday, was just under 6 mil. 5 point, basically top, yeah, for all movie theaters in the US, total box office gross was under 6 mil. So across their nearly 600 under 600 movie theaters, they would have made under $3 million.
Wow.
Think of how much money they're spending just in employees, the rent, the utilities. Think of how much that costs if they made less than 3 million in one day. On Monday, it was even slower because all of Monday they did 4.6 million as whole domestic box office wise. So that's what, under 2.3 million? They're not making any money. I thought Black Panther honestly would last longer, but their box office figures, unless Avatar 2 absolutely smashes it. I brought this up in the Telegram, but unless it performs to the degree that, was it Star Wars 7, whatever, back in 2017, unless it outperforms that, AMC is really on track for Q4 to be pretty terrible.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, I thought I was being nice with my projections for the quarterly estimates for Q4, but at this rate, they honestly could be, I'd say cash burn could be up to like 200 million for Q4.
Oh my.
And I don't think they're going to be even operationally in the black. Forget the payments of the interest, the corporate borrowings, the interest payments that they have to pay, not only because of the Odeon loan and just the interest on all the other crap that they owe.
Right.
But just on movie ticket sales, concessions, like if you just do straight operational, I think they're still going to be losing money. I don't see them making up recovering margin on concessions to be better, because attendance, I'm saying, is going to be down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, for sure. I think it will. People are going to be choosing between, various things probably, rather than, indulging in, I would imagine it's going to be a little bit muted. But I mean, of course, it could also be like, I just don't think you can't just bank on one film like this close to the wire. Like, it's just not realistic to me. But
Hey, did that Avi guy show up to that Twitter Spaces thing?
No, but there's supposedly, I'm trying to actually get to it here.
Because next Spaces he's on, or he hosts, or Al hosts, I really want to jump on to talk to that fool.
Yeah. Really, pretty ignorant, like, and fuck. It's yeah, okay, this is the right clown. David versus Goliath, hashtag checkmate. That's them.
Checkmate. He's the one getting checkmated if he's still in.
Some arrogant fuckers, aren't they?
Yeah. Really.
Down 90%. Checkmate. Makes no sense.
Right. What the fuck?
Damn, Twitter's loading that slow for you?
Yeah, I don't know
what's going on, Elon.
Yeah, really. There we go.
I thought he was making improvements to make Twitter run faster.
Oh, here we go. Only 173. Oh, Casey Shaw's there. He's the co-host.
Hold on, they're still doing it?
It's a new one, yeah. It's an after party.
If the DTCC is doing something,
here we go.
Do I want to go to a person's page to see that information, or do I want to go to the DTCC's page? Pointing somebody to the right information is a way of fighting fucking FUD. Because here's a trick about it. You're not finna go to nobody's house and take their fucking Twitter account. You're not finna remove not one bot from Twitter. So basically, who's spinning their wheels, me or you? If I'm pointing people to actual education, if I'm
doing the same thing,
I'm literally in the middle of talking, bro.
Because I get the information from the DTCC. I get the information from their CNS program, and it's like the divide comes because we come out and say like, no, this is the information. This is what's going on, and then it's like, no, that's not right. That you're blocked. So I agree with you that there's an issue that there's a divide. Right?
But there's nothing you can do about it, bro. If somebody blocks you and you don't want to hear it, there's nothing you can do about it. What can you do about it?
You want me to flood Twitter with like positive ape shit? Because I can do that.
Dude, it's not necessarily about flooding shit with positive ape shit or doing anything. It's about staying focused and not paying attention to the fucking car wreck. What's the easiest way to get people to look at a different narrative? You point them straight to it. If somebody goes and posts a bullshit thread with a whole bunch of misinformation, and then I quote tweet that fucking thread and tell them how bullshit the information is, what's the one thing somebody gonna do? Go to that thread and read every fucking thing in it. Right or wrong?
That's my point. That you put that information, the real information, in that thread that is getting the most views and focus on Twitter, because that's what people are seeing. So that's where you have to do it. That's what I'm saying. So I get where you're coming from. You want to like create a space that's like quiet and show that we're all together. Like I just said in the very beginning, that your space, what you're trying to do, I'm fully.
I feel like we're listening into like a strategy meeting or something.
We're making your job
talk.
difficult because we're fighting FUD. That's what I'm about, bro. Like that's what I do because there's people out there. Look, there's people out there.
Stop right there. That is thousands and thousands of dollars for influencers. That is the very fucking reason why I said it the way I said it. Because at the same time, I didn't say you. I'm a part of this movement just as you are. I have the right to say that.
I know you are.
Like you are. Just like you got a right to say it. But here's the fucking breakdown. Because that one thing that I said offends you, you feel like you have to come back at me about it. Dude, it's my opinion.
No, I'm trying to get you to join my point of view. That's all I'm trying to do, bro.
I don't, but that's the thing. I've never fought your point of view. To get you to in all of the bullshit that's going on in Twitter for two fucking years I've been here, have I fought anybody's opinion about what the fuck they think? I don't do that.
Wow.
We still have to be we. Regardless of what the fuck anybody thinks, we still have to be we. But I only speak for I.
But there's people that are worried about the word "we." I get where you're coming from, but like that doesn't. That's not what you're saying. That's not what you're saying. And I get it.
No. You can't tell me what I'm saying because you didn't take 2 seconds to listen.
This is the we're witnessing the disintegration.
Everybody does on Twitter is jump on the defense.
Basically,
what you didn't like what I said. That's the point.
Dude, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying I agree with you because I'm agreeing with you. You don't like conversation, apparently.
These guys only want an echo chamber? Is that what they want?
It's not that.
Exactly.
You're missing it.
They do.
Just because you agree with somebody, if there's ever a but behind it or something else, you don't really fucking agree with them.
I didn't say but. I backed up what you were saying, bro.
Oh, man, God. Gee, I wish we had a recording. But anyway, man, I didn't come here for all that.
Well, neither, and I apologize. Look, man, like, I agree with you saying, I'll be in your space, I'll be quiet.
What did you hear in the space that you didn't like? I'm a little confused on where the hostility is coming from.
I'm not nothing in this space. I just got here.
But you came in right from the get-go and you're like, oh, you're making my life difficult.
No, I'm talking about retail. Not you guys. I'm talking about retail, all of us. We have to figure out a way to work together. That's it. It ain't nothing to do with this space.
Oh,
That's what I'm
so they
saying.
want to do
Everybody's
market
so
collusion. Oh,
ready to take
awesome.
shit personally.
Really
It has nothing
legal.
to do with
into
this
a
space. I
Lifetime
came in
movie of the
to
week.
invite you guys because I'm part of you and you're part of me. That's it.
Okay,
Oh
but-
boy.
So, what's your opinion
I'm
on Tara
part of
Brown?
you
Let's
and
start
you're
there.
part of me. These fuckers.
Oh, who?
On Tara.
I don't even know Tara who.
Okay, we're good.
Exactly. I don't have a fucking opinion. Do you see me tweeting and retweeting and all that other shit and getting involved in that? No, I don't. But that's what other people do, and I'm okay with that. That's not what I do.
Well,
People
just
are
you're
people.
detached from what's happening, and that's where I'm trying to like bring you up to speed on what we're talking about.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying.
Because
I'm not trying to jump into y'all conversation. I just came to invite y'all to a silent retail protest space. No speakers, no words, no nothing. That's all I came for.
What the fuck?
I hear you. And I took the advantage to talk to you because I know your platform, and I wanted to try to put my point of view where you are, because like you have the ability to really help stop the divide. But we have to understand where the divide's coming from, is what I was saying. And if you don't want to do that and use your platform for that, that's cool. I apologize for getting into an argument.
But you don't understand, bro. I know where the divides come from. I just have my own way of dealing with it. That's the thing. That's just the whole thing about all of this. I can't control you or your platform, and I'll never try to control yours. I know where all this is coming from. I know how it creeps in. I know how it starts. For me, it's different for everybody. It's just, I don't care if you got 1 follower or 10 million followers. The biggest influence in my life is me. And I come from a place of I accept whoever and whatever, however you got to do it, you got to do it. But at the same time, connection matters. And at the end of the day, that's just where I stand. And I've always stood that way. For 2 years, pull this way. What you think about this person? I don't think shit about them. People that I don't deal with, I don't talk about, I don't tweet about them, I don't talk about them because they don't exist. What I try to do is keep pressing forward with what my message is, and my message is connection. Always has been, always will be. But I don't stop you from doing your thing. And in some instances, I retweet it and comment on it and do whatever I can do. I'm one person. I'm no different. I'm no influencer and don't fucking want to be one. I'm just a regular dude that found a chance to find a way for people to agree on something that affected us all, and that was our money. And then I found out how our money was being stolen from us, and I went head first into it. I didn't ask for all the other drama shit. It just came along with it. I'm doing the best I can.
Divine inspiration.
Who's good, who's bad? I don't know. I don't knock your
This guy
platform,
sounds like
bro.
he's
If you got something
freaking
to share with
breaking
me, my
down.
DMs are
Like,
always
sounds like
open.
he's crying.
Always
He
open.
sounds like
Like
he
I
needs
said,
to.
my thing is there is a group, an organized group that
When's
seems to
Casey
be
gonna
they've been
talk?
together and proven
I
that
want
they've been
Casey to
together.
jump in.
It seems very nefarious what their goal is. So that's my platform, is that group is spreading a lot of misinformation, a lot of FUD, talking a lot of crap about Adam Aaron. Like, if you have an opinion about Adam Aaron, that's one thing, but to do what this group is doing, that's a whole nother thing, right? So to me, you associate FUD with that. And I know you've talked in
These
their
are the
groups. I know
fangirls.
you've communicated with
Yeah,
them.
These are the
So
fanboys of
I'm
Adam
taking this
Aaron.
opportunity
This
to
must be that
communicate
fraction.
our point of view. And I say our because a lot of us, like speakers in here, specifically said this stuff. And I'm sure a lot of our listeners as well. Like, they have an issue with that specific group. And if you want me to name them, I will. I named one of them. I think that kind of gives you the whole ring. And you probably know the ring leader at this point. I have to assume you do. But maybe you are fully disconnected.
I am. And anybody he'll tell you I am. I don't get involved in that shit. I don't.
Well, I wish I could not get involved in that. I wish I could be like that.
I don't. But that's what I'm saying. That's the good thing. Because just like David is in here, you know how I learned about bots and psychops and all that stuff? From David. And I'm
great.
that. I learned about it from him, but that doesn't mean that's my lane.
I hear you.
I chose a lane. You know what I'm saying? I chose a lane for me that was comfortable and I felt as an expert in. I'm not an expert in DD. I'm not an expert in sussing out people. You show me you fucked up, I ain't going to distance myself away from you because I don't want to be fucked up either. That's how I've been able to be consistently just me. So I don't knock you for your lane, but at the same time, don't expect the lane that you're in to jump in my car and make me drive down that lane too. I just don't.
I respect that, man. I was, you know, we were
I
just
just
talking. I
don't.
wanted to get your point of view, and it got a little heated. I apologize.
No, it didn't
But,
get heated. This is a conversation. I'm hoarse, so that's why I might sound a little loudly.
well,
But
no, I'm
everybody
saying
knows
like
I'm loud.
we cutting each other off. You know what I mean? That's it
Oh,
happened.
man,
And I think that stems from, you know, we want to, like you said, it kind of comes out of a defensive thing, like you said, but
Spaces 2021, bro, has taught me a
yeah.
lot. Everybody has to figure out a way to communicate with each other. But if the communication continues to happen, you find a safe, happy, communicative space. And that way you get to know where I'm coming from and I get to know where you're coming from. Because at the same time, I never want to be a person that makes anybody choose left or right. I just want to offer the information and then let people learn and grow at the pace they have to. And that's what I've learned in this thing, and that's what I'll continue trying to learn. I don't want to push anybody in any way. The whole thing of us fighting this fight, to be honest with you, at this point for me, is that I don't have to listen to somebody from Schwab or Fidelity tell me what to buy and what to sell. That's the grandest thing about all of this for me. And I don't want to come into a place where I listen to somebody else tell me what I got to do. This is freedom for me.
No, that's that's what I'm about. I think that's what we talk about every day, and we try to educate each other. Like, I'm not sure if you were listening before, like we were talking about that space again. Like, remind everyone about that in a moment. But we were talking about like how we do
educate
little
everybody.
things that help with our trades.
Naked
So
shorting
we're all
and
about educating, and I think that's where it stems from. Like,
synthetic
when
shares and
something's
whatever else.
wrong, you know it's wrong. I have an article saying it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
People's brains are going to be, I'm going to post that. Just like, you know, when you're someone speaking and we cut each other off, it's the same thing. It's like there's a human need to satisfy, almost like good, right? I guess you can say.
Yeah, David will tell you in the beginning, I didn't know shit about payment for order flow. I didn't know shit about dark pools versus off exchange. I didn't know shit about anything. Dude, we was posting everything. I'm talking about every space I came in, I was angry. Every last one. And then I grew. And then I understood. And then I started growing more. It's a cycle of growth. And the crazy part about it is this many people are all growing at different rates and going in different lanes. And that's what makes us so special in my point of view. Is that you can't hit a moving target. They can't see where we're going from left or right. I'm talking to people at FinTwit and they still bringing up laser eyes. I'm like, motherfucker, I've grown past that. If that's all you see, good luck. You know what I'm saying? It's like we have to grow and we'll grow at whatever pace it is, but whatever lane you choose to be in, man, I support it because as long as you retail, that's all that fucking matters to me. Now, if you pushing some nefarious shit that I gotta call out, trust me, it's gotta be some bullshit for me to get in it, but I normally don't get involved. I sent Boss a DM, I sent Matt a DM, and I told both of them, I said, you guys having a debate openly like that, this is a good thing. Some shit that was said, I don't agree with it, but having civil debate is what we need more of. And the FUD that comes from the debate, it makes people go and do the homework themselves. You got more people that looked up an AK filing of AMC
That was
tonight
a
at 8 tonight,
debate?
and even when the fucking thing came out from that one call.
Bullshit and lies.
I have a quick question.
For a long time.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
Wait, who has a question?
Could I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I'm still learning.
Yeah, man. I think we're good. Jay Brown, do you want to talk? You're saying
Wait.
space. Hold on, Jay Brown. What time was that space?
I am confused.
It's tomorrow at 11 p.m.
I thought Bad Back wanted to ask a question. I thought I heard him say that, but must have been on the other space call. Is he even still? Okay, he's still there. All right. We got complex audio
I'm
set
new
up
into
here.
the market. My question is, when you buy the stock,
It is him. He is in there.
and I always wondered when the value of the stock loses money, where does that money go? Like maybe Casey Shaw could answer that.
Value goes into whoever's taking the
You like that one, right?
selling side of it, or whoever's selling the position takes the value.
The market is just one hand exchanging the other. That's all it is. Going from one place to another.
No, but doesn't the cap equate to somehow to the financials of the company and what they can operate with? Of a sense, I don't know. I'm asking.
Say that again.
So the market cap, right? Does that impact
didn't boot me.
the finances of the company, like their operating cost or their cash flow of sorts?
Only their borrowing power.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Nice. Wow, pretty silent.
I think David's having an issue because just got a pop up that the host is having issues connection.
He got dumped.
That's funny. He knows. He knows exactly what that is.
David.
Yeah, he don't want to answer.
I don't know how many.
Everyone here, I apologize for that. I don't know what
I literally still am on mute. They haven't booted me.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. Moas, you got any more tips for us?
His profile.
No.
Oh, they just booted me.
Bleh. Oh, I did too. It says ended. I'm guessing that means that I got kicked out or banned. Well, motherfuckers.
I was really hoping Casey would jump on and answer that pivotal question.
I'm. Oh. Let's see here.
No, I think the space has dropped.
Really?
That's what. Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's not as exciting.
Yeah.
As getting kicked out. But it said, yeah, because I'm not even logged in to Twitter. So they wouldn't, I mean, my account's not.
I think that Twitter call was a bunch of them just getting on and crying about their why they don't feel accepted. Didn't sound like they were really addressing any type of information. It was more of a bitch fest.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the host, David versus Goliath, is an ape. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess it was. He did say he was having problems right before it dropped. So, because Jesus, here's Skycam.
That guy is an absolute retard, and he's holding the biggest bags of BBIG.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
BBIG? Oh wow, that was over last summer.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's still holding the bag, thinking that it's that one's also gonna squeeze or some shit.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah. Skycam also recently tweeted out that he's holding 63,000 shares of Ape.
Oh yeah. Here it is.
Well, hold on. What's his cost basis? $1.44. So he's down 50+%. Or no. Less than that, right? What's ape at now?
I thought it was 97 cents.
90 some cents, yeah.
It's down like 30+% then.
Yeah, 90.9718 to be exact. But yeah.
How about the one guy that said he bought ape at like $7 and some change, and
goddamn,
he never loses in the market. Don't follow what he does, but he's never lost in the market. Like at $7 and some change.
No, the user of intellect.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
I put it at $7.83 per share. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's. Oh my God. Yeah.
BAM investor. God, that guy's also a massive grifter.
Oh, yeah. He was the one with the type of model or whatever that he made that could figure out the waves or whatever.
Yeah, the Nimoy model or some shit like that. He was charging like hundreds of bucks like a month.
That's another one I think that Kohrs pumped in the beginning. Like I think he like had him on a couple times. It was like touting his shit in the beginning.
I think Trey did too, actually.
Yeah, they all were on his nuts, and that guy was never fucking right.
No,
he was.
What? He got it right for like 2 days, or was it like 2 or 3 days? And yeah, because I personally know a friend who used that, and he made 1.6 mil off of AMC on that run using BAM.
Wow!
But then he proceeded to lose all of that money within the next 6 months.
Oh, God, that hurts.
And now he's fucked because Uncle Sam is going to want some of that money back.
Yeah. They don't understand that. The fucking taxes that they owe for their options and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
God, 1.6 mil. Just take it, for Christ's sakes. Like, the greed.
There's another guy. If you look it up on YouTube, was it Kamikaze Cash or whatever? They did an interview with them. But this guy named Holly, I was in a Discord with them before, but he made at the peak almost like 6.9, almost 7 million on AMC. Was it? Yes, 7.6 million. That for first bid at the top.
This one here.
At the very top. At the very top, 7.6
Oh yeah. Okay.
Him. No, the one above that. That one. That one talks about Holly. He lost all that money, by the way.
So this is the guy that
there's another guy, but yeah.
He used BAM, you said?
Yep. No? He also used BAM too. Does
he talk about BAM in here? Do you know?
I don't know. It's been a while.
Yeah. So from 1 year ago.
But he lost all his money.
7.6 million. Yes, this is August 16th, 2021.
Yeah. Look, he turned 36K into 7.6 million. He pulled about 2 million out, and then like he bought a G-Wagon. He bought a fancy computer setup. And then near the end, he had to sell his G-Wagon back because he lost all his money.
God.
Because he was stupidly trading Tesla FDs and SPX options when he had no clue how options operate at all.
What's going on?
Yeah, he was a student. He's an American citizen that's in Japan. That was doing some sort of like not foreign exchange. He was studying in Japan. Because he served in the military, so whatever, I guess GI Bill helped pay it. But then he ended up quitting pursuing his degree because he made all this money on AMC, but
Oh,
after he
Jesus.
lost, I don't
Oh
know,
my
man.
God. Fuck. Yeah. So what did it say? AMC, well, the one below it says AMC is making millionaires, gamma squeeze. And then, yeah, well, I guess it made millionaires and it, took away
So
some
he wasn't
millionaires.
like independently wealthy before that then.
No, it said 36K,
not
right?
really.
So 36K was probably like his nest egg, his life savings. And he turned it to like 7 mil and then proceeded to
7.6.
brick.
Yep.
You turned 36K, it probably has never touched 100 grand in his life. Turned it into 7 mil, and then you only cash out 2 of it, and then you
Whoop. Yeah.
That's like suicidal territory right there.
Yeah, that's not good.
You cash out 5 mil of that 7, put it just straight into ETFs and live off the dividend, or like some sort of blue chip. You can live off the dividends for life.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to work with 5 mil and just into stocks and just reap the dividends. You could live. You don't have to, you won't be super rich, but I mean, if you're frugal, you could easily live without working a single day in your life. But man,
Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck here? Fucking Reddit. Well, looks like they AMC calls are exciting. They posted on May 22nd, 2021. But it doesn't look like there's any recent activity, but from Holly on Reddit.
Yeah, he stopped trading.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because we were in the same Discord, Ed. Yeah, he just quit because he just lost all his money.
Yeah.
He had no more money to gamble.
Right. Right. So let's see. What was we were listening to this here. Go ahead a little bit on it.
Is good. That's what happened. Is he announced it, and everyone's like, okay, well, Aron said it, so it has to be good. You know where that gets you? It gets you the exact same situation of what Ryan Cohen did with Bed Bath & Beyond. It gets you with a fucking knife in your back and less money in your account. That's what happens when we glorify these fucking suits and put them on a pedestal. That's the game of it. And that's the same thing with fucking everyone. Influencers, big Twitter accounts, all of that. At the end of the day, like, your bottom, or I guess I should say your most important thing is what you're doing reasonable for you and your family. Don't fucking put random ass motherfuckers you've never ever met on a pedestal. Froggy, you've been waiting for like ever, man.
Froggy. Maybe I can't remember if he's
Hey, what's
going
on, Matt? I want to talk about dilution. You mentioned before that Ape was going to get diluted. That's why you said that it was probably a good thing to sell. When you mentioned it, a lot of people.
Yeah, it's like I love that was like it's like the big debate. Like, should you sell the ape or should you keep it? Like for all the people that were holding AMC when that came out and they got it, like I think it's like it's almost like a cult ritual or rite or something, or like it separates the OG apes, from, like, if people are talking about like, did you sell your ape or not? You're a member of a club because you got the ape. You had the ape.
So it's like a status symbol.
Yeah. And or whether you sold it or not, even like if you believe Roach Capital, because he was a proponent of sell ape, he told people to sell it. So and other people were saying I don't know who, maybe Tony was saying something else or whatever, you know, that you should buy it and keep it or whatever. Anyway, what is this here? IDK, what Matt Kohrs is talking about. Citadel pays me $1 million per view. Avi. Damn, you guys are getting paid.
He was on that Twitter call.
Wow.
Damn.
That was quite an
I
interesting
guess he
call.
didn't talk, though.
No, I didn't hear him in part we listened to. Lots of good information and things to ponder on, though it felt like an AMC short seller space call. Yeah, sure.
Everything that doesn't line up to his model is, I think he just classifies it as, oh, you're a predatory short seller.
Yeah, you must be naked shorting the stock.
They don't understand the market concept of two sides of the trade. Everything with them is long. Anything short is nefarious to them, illegal, bad.
Right. And I don't know, is that just well, yeah, I mean, again, yeah, it's just like it's literally $1 million per share, or I'll hold it to zero. I'm not selling it. They'll never get it from me, especially if I don't get rich off of it. Surely not getting it.
Right.
And fuck them. Like, we're gonna screw them up. They're not gonna make us rich, then fine. We're not gonna allow them to even cover.
More rich.
Like, what? What?
If you're not going to make me rich, I'm going to make you more rich just to spite you.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God.
Also, the logic doesn't seem to make, like, logically, they're saying, oh, these big hedge funds, these are these greedy corporate fucks that have billions and trillions of dollars in assets under management. So you, with your couple thousands of dollars, you're really going to show Wall Street, well, right? With your small portfolio, you're really going to stick it to these people with billions and trillions of dollars.
Well, that's where the group, that's where that's why the community aspect is so important, though. Like, because they can't do it, they know they can't do it individually, but 4.1 million or 5 to 10 million or 50 million, however many they claim of them there are in the cult, if they all band together and I hold for you, you hold for me, to the moon, like, that's an important part of it. At least it was in, like, actually forming this dysfunctional group of people, last year, when, I mean, and really, that's when the die was cast. If you want to get down to brass tacks on it, like, when, what's his name, that guy, Holly, made $7 million and was still greedy, like, was still greedy to the point of making fucking dumbass trades and feeling extra confident about him too. Like, not just making dumb trades, but feeling like, oh yeah, I can't lose. I'm gonna make so much money. We're gonna be so fucking rich. Like, and then you proceed to lose it all. Like, I feel like the very first trade that guy made after he made the 7 million, that's when that the die was cast. At that point, it was just a matter of time.
It's
That
just
was
like a gambler,
doomed
man.
fucking flight. It was like, just like worse than the one that crashed into the power lines. Like,
A gambling addict, it isn't about the winnings or the losses. It's about the thrill of the bet, the dopamine chase. And a lot of time with those gambling addicts, they're not even, the wins aren't what they focus on. It's almost like they're chasing the losses. It's a fucked up mentality, man. But that's what I equate that shit to. It's a gambling addiction.
For him, it wasn't really really gambling. For him, he said he wanted financial freedom. So when he made that first mill, we were talking about it all in Discord. He's like, "Oh, 1 mil? That's not that much money to me." I'm like, "You've never touched over 100 grand in cash before, and you just made $1 million, and you're saying that's not enough money?" He's like, "No, like that's not gonna let me do the stuff that I want to do."
Oh my God.
So that 1 mil turns to 2. That 2 turns to 5. And he's like, "No, I still need more." I'm like, "At what point do you need, like, what goals do you have to the point like 5 mil doesn't please you?" And
I think a lot of it has to do with the psychology. Just like when you're in a casino, the greatest thing the casino ever did was exchange your cash for chips, because when you have the chips, it don't feel like real cash. You would gamble a lot different if you had to pull the physical money out of your pocket every time and lay a bet down.
Yeah.
He probably didn't feel like real money to him because it's just a figure on a computer screen. And he's never even used to seeing or having any type of relation to that. You know what I mean? So it probably didn't even feel real to him.
I'll tell you what.
If he had that physical money in his hand or in front of him or in his bank account to where he had access to it, I guarantee it would have went different. But that's how those gamblers think, man. They don't feel it.
I feel like that pretty much describes what was going on with Sam Bankman-Fried at FTX. Like, because I mean, he was moving around a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars. Has he actually ever seen that money? Like, does it exist, or is it just casino chips? In the form of an FTT token. It's an FTT token. It's whatever this, that. Yeah, so at some point, it seems like that's going to catch up with you. Like, you can get lucky. You can maybe even have a streak, but, the next hand of whatever, blackjack, or the next pull, the slot machine, or whatever, next roulette spin has exactly like the same probability, regardless of what
The law of averages always catches up to you.
Yeah, it's not impacted by anything that came before it. It's a new set of probability, going back to the original probability. And statistically speaking, at some point you will lose. And the question is how much? How much did you risk based on how much you have, as to how long it takes you to blow the fuck up. But
and we're not immune to it. I'm sure every one of us has been in an option trade and just been down, seen it go down a little bit, 10, 15, 20, 25%, and thought, I'm going to still ride it out. I still think it's going to do what you know what I mean? Everybody's at some point has stayed in a trade, a play longer than they should have.
Right.
Just on a smaller level.
I do it all the time. Fuck.
Yeah.
But it's on a much smaller level. Yeah, exactly. It's a percentage of, I mean, I sometimes I go a little on the riskier side, but I mean, you're talking like single digits of percent of the total portfolio, or 5% or something, 10%,
right?
Maybe, depending on
not
what size your count
of
is.
your fucking net
Not
worth.
100%. Not. Yeah. I mean, that's yeah. It's just.
But everybody's susceptible to that in the moment. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And especially younger people or people that just ain't never touched that type of money. It's not real until you cash it out. Just like when you're on a poker site and you run the account, you put $100 on it, you run it up to 1,000. Instead of cashing out, because it takes 2-3 days to hit your bank account, you got your computer sitting there. You're gonna, fuck it, I'm gonna play. Let me see if I can run it back up. And you lose 200. You're like, well, I still got 8. Let me, it's still that mentality. it's not cashed
Right.
out, so you don't feel like I don't have instant access to it.
And that's there you go. That's you don't lose until you sell, taken literally. But uh it's the same concept, you know. But you tend to be more in the positive. I would think like when you need to make that decision when you're in the casino is when you are up a lot, more like you're not going to be
Not
in debt or
playing with
down. Right.
your whole entire nest egg. You know what I mean? These people, for the most part, that are still in it, that talk on these Twitter calls and do all this crazy shit, have the majority of their life savings in AMC, which might only be like, $5,000, but that's all they had saved, their
Right.
savings.
Lynn has a
Over
good point.
100%.
Lynn has a good point. But it wasn't his money. The house always wins. So, he had 36 and the house lent him 7.6 million for a little bit and then they took it back. So, yeah, that
Yeah,
point's well
that's the
taken.
same thing as I've heard people at the casino. When I go to the casino with my buddies and shit, it wasn't my money. No, as soon as you won that shit, it's your money.
Right.
But that's
It's
what they'll
just
say. They'll be up $2,000 at the poker table, and come on, let's leave. Nah, I'm gonna stay and play. And then they end up losing. I don't care. That wasn't my money anyway. I was playing with house money. No, that shit was your money. It was in your possession. You might
right.
not have
You could have
cashed it out and felt it and spent
could
it,
have taken
but it
it.
was
Right.
physically your money.
Right. That's why I like to buy stuff like not anything crazy, but like with stock market proceeds from option trades or whatever, like if I'm up a decent amount, I'm gonna probably go spend more money than I would spend, just randomly because I want to, I don't want to run the risk of, you know, losing that money in a future trade and I can lock it into something I can get, and
Yeah, get
actually
something out
do
of it.
something with it. Exactly. Instead of just making money in the stock market just to gamble more and then and eventually, have a loss as everybody does, and then, not have the chance to actually put that money, you know, out there. So I feel better when I do that actually, not because I'm like going out and buying like a $500 watch or something or $1,000 watch, but just, because hey, I actually did something with it.
You got something to show for it instead of
Right.
putting it back on there and just losing it. And that
Yeah,
win you just had doesn't mean anything. You
because
got
it is
shit to show
hard
for it.
to leave money. I mean, for some people, and like burns a hole in your, you want to do something with it. It's hard to let cash sit
Mhm.
there. Harder, at least for me. Uh, but yeah. Um, let's see here. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit here and see what else is on this.
Is that
Biggest
T90? From what
Mhm.
I heard, that T90 thing is like in January. Has anyone heard anything about that yet?
Oh yeah, they moved the goalpost. So instead of 90 calendar days, it's now 90 trading days.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was. Yeah, it's like middle of January or something like that now.
I thought last I saw it was December 15th. What happened to that?
I think that's what it was. That was the calendar days, but I think the trading days is in the middle or towards the end of January. And then when
No, the
that
calendar days already passed. December is some other weird T plus 35 and 90 or something, some weird shit.
Yeah, they'll just make up something else when January comes and goes.
Business days, maybe? Like, I don't know. I would think business days and trading. Well, no, because there was one day when banks were closed, but the market was open. I forget what it was.
Yeah,
Veterans
it
Day or
was
something.
yeah.
Yeah, some of the banking holidays, I think it's what Memorial Day or Veterans Day, like some of those are where the market is technically open, but yeah, like bonds aren't they
I
close
think
early or they're not open.
I think it was
the Friday after Thanksgiving was too. the bond market was closed.
Oh yeah, right. That short
And the
session.
market was open to 1, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's just an interesting phenomenon, man. And you know what? What's weird is you don't see or at least I don't see GME as nearly as much as the AMCers. Like the GM,
they're less desperate. AMC folks are desperate because the company is fucking running out of money. GME still has money it can rely on because they don't have nearly a fuck ton of mountain load of debt. GME is much less in debt.
I think GME just has the one. Where is it? Loan or no. Is it GME that has like a loan in Europe or something, France?
it's
That
like
was
30 million or something
related
like
to
that.
COVID relief or something like that. I think
it's like 30 mil.
GME's debt, the only debt that they have, or whatever. At least that's what they were saying.
I just pulled up their 10Q.
But their business model is seriously questioned now because an NFT market in this fucking financial environment with the way crypto is right now. Crypto, not let alone NFT. NFTs just went to dog shit.
I didn't see or let's see.
Long-term debt, $32.1 million as of July 30th.
As of 32 million?
Yeah.
I saw somebody on here. This is a GME meltdown on Reddit. Imagine buying shares of a failing company, then comparing yourself to some of the bravest men who fought in one of the most horrific wars in human history. I'm thinking back on the days of GME holding and treasuring my remark to a grandson who asked, "Grandpa, were you a hero?" "No," I answered, "but I held in a company of heroes." Okay.
This is GME they're talking about?
Yeah.
What is so heroic about GME?
I don't know. That's fucked up. That the
Lance
GME
was pushing GME hard.
He still is, man. That guy, he's right on point with his AMC stuff, man. I mean, he'll terrorize AMC left and right, but then he's so blind to GME. Yeah, GME may be in a little better position, but I still don't think it's like the generational wealth.
You think
he thinks it's like the digital Amazon? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, okay.
He really.
Do you think he actually believes that though? Because what if that part of his shtick is just intentional because to play off the division between the GameStop and the AMC crowds, because there's always been like that infighting or antagonism between like the AMC stock subreddit and the super stock subreddit, which is mostly GameStop, for example. And I don't know, if I were going to do something like that, like and really put some thought into it, and didn't care, you know, about, basically kind of having a little bit of a grifty element to what I was doing, like that would be a pretty good way to do it. Like, yeah, AMC sucks, but also like, yeah, GameStop's cool,
I get where you're coming from, but I remember him from like another channel, and he was, even when AMC was in the run, he was shitting on AMC and only GameStop. So I'll give it to him. He has kept the same shit before he even had his channel that I know of, but it doesn't mean I think he's right necessarily. or that he might not have ulterior motives.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just
And it was funny because he says his brother is like has like an investment background or some shit, and he says his brother always shits on him. Like, yeah, I'm not touching that GME shit. That shit is done. So I don't know. I like these people can act like they're not grifters, and they can all of a sudden, you know what I mean? They could have monetized some type of hustle. But like I said too, like at this point, I can't really knock it. I mean, fuck. You get so many people try to tell these people like, don't listen to them. They're scammers and shit. It seems like to just drive them more to them. So it's like, fuck it. You want to be a mark? Fuck it. Get scammed.
I mean, at this point, well, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to find that one woman on this call.
It's just, dude, it's a theory. It's a thesis. Let's talk about it. Let's see if we could become better.
When the bonds are trading at deeply distressed levels, you are an unsecured creditor. That's what we're talking about here. You're an unsecured creditor eventually.
I knew it.
Because again, like retail, like this.
The big choke on that dilution, they've raised 36 mil from. Like, these aren't like, there's moves, and I'm sure many of you in here have. I think we should. I mean, I think it's like probably like it's kind of like the concept of trust but verify. Be like, okay, this person said XYZ.
Try to learn from.
Okay, is it this?
Is in quite a bit of pressure, and you know how I honestly think this.
Before this
is not the thing that you should be doing.
I did, but what's up, PJS?
Hi, Matt. Hi, guys. So thank you for having this call, because I think it's really important that we look at the facts. And many people are not stating fact. They're stating, they're thinking this trade is going to go some way based on some fantasy that may happen tomorrow or a year from now. And that's not the way it works. And I'm really, really sad for two things. I'm sad that I heard people in this call tonight who perhaps are here for 2 years that have not learned the basic tenets of trading a stock. And 3 days ago, someone actually told me that they didn't know how to read a chart, but yet they put over $25,000 into AMC. So that kind of disturbed me a little bit. But the long and short of it is, I became critical of Adam Aron over 8 months ago, 9 months ago. And it was something that he had said that really got to me. And I saw him glean to the apes and kind of ignore the shareholders. You know, I guess, I don't know how to explain it without offending anyone, but like we were talking about, there's just a group of people that are wrong about a lot of things and that are refusing to learn. And that's another point I'd like to make. But I see Adam Aron at every turn, every tweet, everything that he does is catering to the folks that come up with these crazy theories. And I believe that he's doing it on purpose. To keep air in the trade, to make sure that he still has this following, and he knows that he knows that the apes are the people that support AMC, brick and mortar, and I just think the whole thing is so mind blowing, and we have. And I want to say this to everyone: we have amazing people on FinTwit and the financial world that we're circling around in to learn from. I really, really encourage everyone to learn from the right people, because when you learn from the wrong people, you kind of go into that Dunning-Kruger thing where you're right no matter what, and they're completely, and whoever's telling you fact, like you before, Matt, to Batman and blunts is wrong. And, then you become this idiot and this moron. And, it's just, I just encourage people to open their minds. I mean, nobody's right all the time, and the smart people learn from each other. And I think that's super, super important. And that's all I wanted to say. Oh, actually, Matt, just one thing. I would love to know where you think this is going.
Oh, I mean, I think that's going to be, particularly for AMC, I think has a lot to do with the federal fund rate. And I think they need to be able to better handle their debt. And then there just needs to be more movies. Unfortunately, the two things that I think are most impactful of big blockbuster
Shit, that was muted. So let's see. The Casey Shaw tweeted, "The space call happening right now, hosted by Matt Kohrs, is a smear campaign. I'm going on the record as saying I do not agree with statements that are being made there right now." Oh, okay. We got that on the record. Good. I'll mark
I
him
think he's
down.
on Boss Blunt's side with the conspiratorial nonsense.
Oh yeah, I bet.
And Kohrs, he's still giving them glimpses of hope the way he talks.
Yeah.
Where do you think it's going now? Well, it's the Fed fund rate. They got to have ability to move the debt, and they need more movies. Even if they had more movies, it's not profitable. Their model, so they could have 1,000 movies. It still costs them more money to be open than it does.
Then they bring in to pay for it. Essentially, that's what you're talking about. They had,
and the way he talked, he talks about it still isn't some there's still a chance. I mean, he don't say any type of total now. Like he ain't saying generational wealth or 10x, 20x, but he's still giving. He knows what by doing that he's implying to them and what they're going to infer from it.
I will take one little stance. I don't want to be too contradictory, but there is actually a path where AMC could operate. The biggest problem is really its debt. Right now, I mean, if you look at how its operational cash flow, I mean, if movies do return to pre-pandemic levels, the amount of releases, the amount of people that go, if the spending habits are there, then AMC could turn a profit. Very little profit, but nonetheless, it's not it wouldn't be a company that would be burning hundreds of millions of cash every quarter. So if they're able to tackle their 5.2 billion, what I forgot, 5 billion plus of debt, if they're able to handle that and basically buy themselves time to the point where movies will come back to pre-pandemic levels. So I'd say 2025. If they're able to buy enough time to 2025, maybe they could survive. But in the meantime, for the next full year, they're in for a rough ride because of all that debt. If they're able to finance all that debt by apes buying shit ton of merchandise, of them diluting ape into absolutely nothing, and if they're able to have that massive war chest, it might survive. But nonetheless, the whole premise that a lot of people are looking at of AMC is a squeeze, but the squeeze isn't there. The short thesis is not done.
If AMC does somehow to get all that rectified and they are to be able to come profitable and continue to be open, the majority of apes are never going to get above water at their cost basis. It's just not going to happen. The company could still be not bankrupt and continue to live on in the future, but you're not going to see $30, $40, $50 a share. I think ever again. So
yeah, it's never reaching those levels.
And even it's never getting to where the apes think, much less the average ape is not going to get even. You know what I'm saying? So even in the best case scenario where they buy all the merchandise, spend all their extra money, it'll keep the company going, but the share price is never going to reach that height again, which means there is no MOAS, and the majority of apes are going to be underwater. As you know, it's just not going to change.
The way I say it, honestly, some of these people that know some level of trading, I mean, if they still have an AMC position, I mean, I honestly think that they're selling calls.
Yeah, covered calls.
Yeah, they're doing covered calls, so they're slowly kind of getting their averages down to the point where, hey, maybe I can finally exit the stock green. Yeah, if they've been smartly doing that for the past year, I mean, they've made a good dent in it.
Yeah, if they do that and have been doing that, then yes, the ape could become even. The average ape could become even, but the average ape, dare I say, is not smart enough or knowledgeable enough to do that, and they won't risk their shares, quote unquote. You know what I mean? They could. That I agree with you. That's what I would do if I was sitting on hundreds of shares of AMC at fucking 70% negative from when I went in. I'd be selling covered calls to the other idiots trying to get my money back. I just don't think they're doing that though. The majority of them aren't. They're probably a minority.
The grifters probably are though.
Oh, definitely. The grifters and the ones that have smartened up, I think have. But the people like that lady on the call where she was like, "We trusted you, Matt, and we trusted."
Oh yeah.
Those type of people are never going to do anything like that. They're just going to hold and pray.
Well, yeah, and buy more shares. That's
right. But I agree with you 1,000%. If they were smart, they would be doing that. But the community is against that. So any person that tries to spread that information will immediately get shot down and lose followers and just be booted from the community. You know what I mean? I agree with you. That's what I would be doing if I was sitting on hundreds of shares and down a shitload of money.
Okay. I got to wrap this up. It's getting late. I got to get to bed. I got to get up for work tomorrow. But Shadow Stars, you have any final thoughts? Last word for the conversation?
No, I mean this drama is hilarious for me. I mean, I thought it'd be a quiet night, and then I found this whole Twitter space thing with Blunts, Matt, Casey, Skycam. God, it's just when like people look back on the history, like what was it anthropologists or whatever, the people who study humans and human behavior.
Yeah.
Like sociologists, like when they look at this, like, oh man, this has got to be one crazy ass case study to look back on.
Absolutely.
Like this is gonna be like an amazing story to tell to our children. Be like, hey son, like let me tell you a story about all these crazy ass people back in my days.
Right, like the way that people mention tulip mania. You know, the actual tulip mania. You know, in occasion, the tulip bubble of the Renaissance or whenever that was, Middle Ages. So, yeah, it will be something, yeah, that like, or the way that we look at like the 1929 era, 1920s, Roaring 20s. It will be so absurd, you know, like where the fuck did that come from? But I mean, it's
guys, you're acting like this is over.
Oh no,
the show has just begun.
Yeah.
A new episode every day.
With
dude, more crazy and crazier shit.
The writers, I don't know who the writers are of this this show, but This some top-notch writing on this one.
Hey, I'd love for this to continue going on because this gives me a trade idea every once in a while. And when I'm bored, I'm like, oh, you know what? Looks like a good entry. Buy some puts to short the stock. Okay.
Yeah, I can't
Basically
remember
guaranteed money.
what the guy's name is on Twitter, but he's a short seller and he's fucking with the apes. And he's like he said, I hope you guys run it back up so I can make some more money and get another short position. That'd be
John
incredible.
Hampton, I think, right?
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, he fucks with him all the time.
Right. Yeah. Was he the guy that was like, it's not hard to borrow, or it's not hard to get to buy shares or whatever? Like, yeah.
He's had quite a few interactions with him where he's basically told him like, yeah, I closed my short position and made a shitload of money because I was scared. Oh well, run it back up.
Yeah,
Think about it. If they do run it back up to fucking 15 plus, that's a hell of a short right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, it's even going to make it to double digits.
No, I don't either. But I'm just saying, if it did, that's the first thing I would do is take another short position out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's it's just like, especially lately, it's because of the short covering rallies and whatever. But uh, I don't understand how you could not see the correlation, like, on both sides. Like, AMC, AMC's up, $3, whatever. Like, okay, yeah, everything, like, the market's up 2-3% or whatever. Of course, you're gonna have that, follow that, or the same thing. Like, they're still saying that a crash in the stock market would cause AMC to squeeze.
Yeah.
Like, we're waiting for the crash so that shorts will be forced to cover and AMC will squeeze. Like, that, I think that's still a valid viewpoint among these clowns. Like, I don't know. Like, being like the tech stocks being down 36% or whatever it was at the, lows so far. Like, that's not enough. And AMC following it down, basically, like, that's not enough of an indication that, okay, no, it's probably not going to be the market crash. Like, AMC's just going down with it. Like,
yeah, it's not deviated from the
no.
market.
And let's say that the hedge funds are massively over leveraged on their AMC shorts, like they say they are. They're just they're leveraged to the hilt. Like, okay, so AMC stock price is plummeting. Great. Like, now I'm making money at intense leverage. Like, so whatever I'm losing on my long positions, I would more than make up for with extra profit from my highly leveraged short positions. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, if you try to, like, unfold it.
Not to mention that if it is as crazy over leveraged and as synthetic shares and fake shares and leveraged to the gills, and it does crash, you're just gonna have another FTX on your hands. You think the government in this economy is gonna bail out that shit if it was that bad?
If it even
were, get $1,000 like 20 years from now. Oh, sorry, all the legal lawyers had to go through all that stuff, and yep, here's your $1,000. Yeah, you lost $1 million, but here's your compensation.
Like, I love how they think that they're entitled, no matter what, no matter how bad it is, that they're going to be the only ones left. Like, it's just,
no
matter how much you beat that drum, it's just amazing.
It's straight up cult. It's straight up cult. At this point. Yeah. And we heard that on that call from Boss Blunts to the other folks that were there, Batman, all these. I mean, like, that guy was I wouldn't have like I would have kicked him out already. Like there's no way that I'd put up with that shit. Like for that long. It's ridiculous. Like these people, you know, they don't respect anything. Like they don't respect,
No, they
in any integrity. It's just pay me, you fucking devil. Like what the hell? Like
they
in
built up
what
so much
world?
jealousy and envy in their
Yeah,
heart for anybody that's doing better than them,
yeah,
and they've just have just manifested this thought in their head that it's not nothing that bad that has happened to them is their fault, and it's everything in their life that has happened bad to them, and why they haven't been successful is because of the quote unquote hedgies and this
right.
AMC play.
Yep. Yeah, right. Yeah, and you literally have people on YouTube every day, saying base exactly that
I'm
in
doing it for
in
my kids. I'm leaving.
a
I'm doing
million
this
different
so I
ways.
can leave my kids something. That type of
Right.
stupid shit.
Right, right, right. I mean, god damn. Yeah. Oh, look, Jack's talking about days to cover. And then look, finance news is back again. Like, oh my God. Like that.
The grifters know that this is their bread and butter, and they're gonna, as long as there's fucking uh 10 people out there to grift, they're gonna fucking fight over
Mm-hmm.
those 10 people. They're gonna
Yep.
keep this fucking narrative running and squeeze as much as they can out of it.
All right. We'll let Donahue George play us out here.
This is not financial advice. This is not legal advice for entertainment education.
God, this guy. I mean, this guy. Here's another learning disability right here. I mean,
Yeah, he is infuriating.
Jesus Christ. I mean, and don't get me wrong. I don't care what anybody spends their money on. I don't care what anybody else's position is. That doesn't even enter into the equation. This is just stupidity. It's just, it's either stupidity and negligence or it's fucking fraud. And Matt Kohrs even said the same thing in that space call. He
Yeah,
said,
I did hear him
I
say
don't
that.
know. I don't know if they know that they're wrong and they believe it, or if they, or if they don't know that they're wrong and they believe it, or if they know they're wrong and they're just trying to, scam people. But either way, it's fucking bullshit. And you shouldn't be listening to it, or you should be questioning it all. So, yeah.
This is not financial advice. This is not legal advice for entertainment, educational purposes only. And everything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff. So you get videos, I put them out, see what I'm thinking, see them analyze that data. Listen to me. They are trying to mess with us psychologically. Okay? We all know that the true value of APE is not 91 cents or 97 cents or 90 cents or whatever they're doing. What they're doing is just straight manipulation. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And you see it in the market cap, you see it in the millions of fair to delivers. And the thing is this, they can't do it forever. They want us to think they can, but they can't. Okay?
Right.
And not just that. Remember that APE can be transferred and become AMC with a vote. So at any time during this criminal activity by these bad actors, by these hedgies, a simple vote
trigger
from the
keywords
shareholders
here
will make APE AMC, and then
Hold
they're
on, pause
all
it
in
real
trouble
quick.
again.
My last thing to say.
Right now, they're
Hold
doubling
on.
down, they're tripling.
Okay, go back.
Vote.
So
Yeah.
if they make APE AMC, that'll just devalue AMC. So you're still losing money. All those extra shares of APE that aren't worth dick, all of a sudden now being thrown in to the float of AMC will devalue AMC's share price. It is not good for them. So what the fuck?
Right.
How does that even help?
It's not, yeah, that's not a split at that point or anything. It's straight up dilution. It's straight
up fucking dilution.
It's adding shares and not adding any value, basically. You're doubling the number of shares. You're basically cutting it in half. That's what you're doing.
You're doubling the shares without adding any additional equity. So you're thinning out the equity that's there. So your price will be less, dramatically less. So
right.
I don't understand that how that argument they have about Ape is going to turn it. Fucking
so, yeah.
But go ahead. That was my last little thing.
Okay. Yeah. No.
I'll
good
catch
point.
you next time.
All right, man. Thanks for chatting.
Appreciate
Catch you.
By,
Yep.
by these bad actors.
Shadow Stars also.
By these
still
hedges.
around.
A simple vote from the shareholders will make Ape AMC, and then they're all in trouble again. Right now, they're doubling down, they're tripling down, they're making all the counterfeit shares, but there's nothing they can do. They're putting out this FUD. Ape is going to be delisted. Ape cannot be delisted, okay? Ape is a preferred share of AMC. For Ape to be delisted, AMC would have to be delisted, okay? So the bottom line is this, and I'm not telling you the whole buy or sell based on what I'm saying in these videos, but what they're doing to Ape, pushing it down, is psychological tricks. They want us to sell. They want us to get out the play. That is all that they're trying to do. And I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you to buy. I'm not telling you to hold. I'm not telling you to sell. But I'm telling you what I'm going to do. I am doubling down and tripling down and getting as much Ape as possible, because I know that the Ape is going to bounce back. It's going to squeeze. And it'll just become AMC. And then I'll have 100,000 AMC shares. Anyway, hit the like button, subscribe button, like you do. I will summon. Tell me what you think.
There's the logic.
About the manipulation, the pressure they're putting on Ape to try to get you to sell. It's all psychological. They know they need our shares. Anyway, have a great day, God.
They need them. They need them. It's like I can't, it has to be complete. With Frankie. This is not that. Not that. Come on now. Oh, they're kicking me off. It's a sign. Go to bed. Oh my God. Well, okay. So we'll end with this. Ape is gonna make Ken squeal. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah, ah, ah. We'll have him speaking ape in no time. There it is. There it is. Where's my... Okay. All right. Let's see. The Adam Aaron dilemma.
Hey, what's up? It's Frankie, man. Let me say,
play out.
I'm not a financial advisor.
I'll catch you all
anything that I say in
soon.
This video should be anything that I say in this video should be used for entertainment
Have a good night.
purposes only.
Shadow Stars, thanks for chatting. Bad back as well.
It may not necessarily be
and
don't buy, sell,
do it
or
again
hold
real
stock
soon.
because of anything that I say in this video.
Catch you later.
So I just watched the Marine I think it was the last video that the Marine did. And I'm doing the video because what he talked about, it is an issue in our community. It's not an issue for me, but it's an issue for a lot of people in our community, because I'm gonna do what I gotta do, Rick. If I feel like it's right, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. I don't really too much give a damn about how somebody feel. But what he talked about is an issue. And what he was talking about was the whole Aron dilemma in the AMC community. You know, and like he was saying, that if you simply try to question what Aron or what AMC is doing to try to fight the criminal activity in AMC, as well as the illegal naked shorting, or just what are they doing to try to protect investors' money. You know, if you try to question it, you got some people in the community, they'll take issue with it. I mean, some people in the community, they won't take issue with it, but then you got some people in the community, they'll take issues with you doing it, and some of them will go as far as to say that you're a shill, and they want you to stop talking. You see what I'm saying? And he was like, at first, he was against anybody saying something about Aron because he felt like if people started talking about Aron, it'll discourage people from wanting to stay in the short squeeze play. But now he's of the opinion, based on what I got from the video, that people, if they believe in the play and they got conviction in the play, just questioning Aron, man, about your stock, about your money, it shouldn't make people want to leave the short squeeze play. You see what I'm saying? You know, and that people should think for themselves. And here's what I got to say, man, about the whole thing. I'm seeing things, man, in the AMC community when it comes to Aron, when it comes to the company, that I haven't really seen before. You see what I'm saying? And that's people having the ability to question and make sure that their money is safe. And that's not natural, but I'm seeing that in the community. You see what I'm saying? I don't know, man, why people get upset if somebody question AMC or they question Aron. I don't know if it's a matter of people just wanting to just be loyal or be over loyal, or whether people do actually feel like if you question Aron, people will leave the short squeeze play, man. I don't know why they doing it, but here's what I gotta say. Man, let's say you got your money invested in a company or some entity, and you find out, man, that someone or a group of people was trying to destroy that company or destroy their stock, or they was trying to do something, man, to steal your money. One of the first things you're going to do, man, is pick up that phone, send an email, or visit that company and ask them, do they know what's going on as far as these criminals are concerned? That's one of the first things you want to do. You want to know that if they know that criminals is trying to destroy the company, you know, or trying to do something to their money, they're going to want to know what is the company doing to try to combat that problem or to try to stop the criminals. You know, and if you get a favorable response, you know, but later you find out, well, look, these criminals are still trying to destroy the money. I mean, still trying to destroy the company, and they still trying to steal your money. But for some reason, man, you loyal to the company and you want to keep your money in the company. You want to keep the money there. Although you know criminals are engaging in criminal behavior. You're not just going to leave your money there without, man, wanting to inquire every now and then periodically about what steps the company is doing to try to protect your money and to make sure that your money is safe. You see what I'm saying, man? You have the right to do that. It's your money. And it's only in this community in AMC, I don't know what it is, man, but that's a problem. I don't have a clue what it is, and I ain't got time to try to figure it out. You see what I'm saying? But that's not natural. You know, and in our community, man, let me be honest with you. Nobody knows, nobody that I know of, I haven't seen it. Nobody knows what, at this point, what AMC is doing or what Aron is doing to combat the illegal naked shorting and the criminal activity that's taking place with the stock, with the company, and it's having an effect on our money. Nobody knows what they're doing. Don't nobody know. All we're doing, man, we are just assuming that everything is okay and that they doing something about it. Nobody don't know. And that's a bad situation, man, to be in. That's a real bad situation to be in because nobody knows. Only thing we're doing is just assuming, and we hoping, man, that everything is going to be okay. But for me personally, man, I'm not going to get upset with somebody simply because of the fact that they question Aron or they question AMC about what are you doing to fight the illegal naked shorting and criminal activity that's taking place with the stock? What are you doing to protect my money? I'm not going to get upset, man, with somebody, man, because they ask those type of questions they want to know. You see what I'm saying? Because it doesn't make sense for me to get upset with somebody because they do that. Other people can, man, but I'm not going to do it. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, my thing is this, man. The wrong way, just make sure that if you make a decision to question Aron or you question AMC, just make sure you do it the right way. Just make sure that you don't do it in a way that's going to cause the shields to come in and exploit what you're doing because they're watching everything that we're doing. If you're going to question Aron, if you're going to question AMC about what they're doing, just be respectful when you do it. But, you know, I don't have an issue, man, with people inquiring about their money and what AMC is doing as a company to protect their money. See, man, I don't have an issue with that, and I don't have a problem with that. And I'm going to say this, man. Look, if anybody, man, at the conclusion of this video, you go in my comment section because I discussed the topic of AMC and I discussed the topic of Aron, and you feel like, man, there's an opportunity for you to come in the comments to say something negative about Aron or to say something negative about, you know, AMC, I'm going to block you. Ain't nobody going to see your comment. And me personally, I don't give a damn because I'm not paying no attention to you. But you're wasting your time because ain't nobody going to see your comment but me. And I'm erasing and then plus I'm going to block you. Thank you for taking time out to watch the video. Have a nice day.